currently streaming, so
Oh,
you better be
no.
ready.
My underwear is down. Oh,
That
no.
seems to keep happening, and
Oh.
I don't know what I can do about this. Sylvie, that's a
So we
you
just
problem,
did that
I
to
think.
distract from the point that they had their hands up at the side of the head like they were floppy ears.
No, don't tell everyone my
I
secret.
told everyone.
My get fit quick scheme is do floppy ears over your head and then you'll lose a bunch of pounds in no time. You do the caramel dancing and then you lose a bunch of weight. It's great.
Oh god, remember those years?
No.
What a time to be a weeb.
Seeing all your video game characters do the caramel dancing.
Perfect. My down button still doesn't work. So that's cool and fun and nice. That's fine though, because this is the newest save? Question mark?
Yes!
320, wait. Okay, I was trying to back out, but I guess that's the one we're playing!
Yes, you just
fine.
finished the race.
Yeah,
You did it. You did
we
it.
did it. We never have to go back there again. And Stitch's world is horrible and hates me. So I guess we'll go to Olympus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because the difficulties. That's a baby Hercules. Excuse
Yeah,
me?
it is. Yeah, this is a prequel to the Kingdom Hearts
yeah,
of
I
his
guess
baby.
Yeah, no, I guess that tracks. Look at this wimp. Get the fuck out of my way,
dork. Give me your lunch money. Oh, what the fuck, Tara?
You want some of this?
You want some?
Jeez. Also, let's see if I can remember how to play. Sir? There's my dodge. Right, Thunder is...
Thunder!
I have to be right next to everything.
That circle was so small.
Yeah. Sir?
Oh yeah, we were fusing all of our stuff.
Yeah.
Meshing everything together and making the big moves.
That could be why everything is horrible? Oh,
You have
God.
Mind Square. It's a pretty good spell.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like the best thing in Dream Drop Distance is the balloon, which is the exact same thing, but with balloons instead. It's the most broken ability in the whole game.
Because balloons is the most broken ability. And then the
Thunder
summon
level
that gets carried over to Kingdom Hearts 3 is disgusting. It's just like a big balloon dog. And it's like,
no.
I mean, everything in that game's broken, but
yeah.
it's super broken.
What? That did nothing! Sir! Oh my god. What the fuck? It's fine.
At least he doesn't
Straight back in.
explode and roll around for 5 hours and then blow up.
I think I would prefer that.
Yeah.
Iframes. No. You have to die. Don't turn around!
Little purple dots on you.
You got purple dots on you.
No. Okay,
Got
he
a
punched
case
him
of
off,
the
you fine.
purples. It was supposed to be closer, it's fine. It's fine, everything is fine, actually.
Everything's fine. You got some soothing crystal.
To calm your horrible rage.
Will never happen. My rage knows no bounds. You piece of shit! He's not allowed to turn around that fast! I can't turn around that fast! He can't turn around that fast!
At least they die in like 2 free combos, unlike the jellyfish.
Oh god, I
don't.
forgot about the
Eternal
for a second.
jellyfish.
Don't talk about the jellyfish here. Look at this
You
stupid
okay?
twink.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Hercules, not
Yeah.
not
Too
Tara.
stupid.
Oh, right. Okay.
There are
we're
two
talking about
stupid
me
twinks
for a
here,
second. Oh god.
harder.
Sylvie,
Oh,
I love you. I would
shit.
never call you
It really
stupid.
handles things.
Yeah,
You here
thank
to handle
God.
games? What games?
I is very smart. I got smarticle
To
particles.
see who's strongest. One day, I'm gonna win 'em all
I
and
play
become a
strategy
true hero.
games sometimes.
Fire Emblem Master.
That's right.
That's not.
Uh-oh. Gotta
That's
go.
not Phil.
The Coliseum's just up ahead. I hope
That's
you
not
see
my
the finish in
Phil.
time.
A competition.
That's not the trash man.
Find out how strong I really am.
He's not gonna jump in here and eat trash.
Little offering of eggs.
No, I was gonna say I could use an egg in these trying times, but I hate eggs.
Oh,
Don't give me egg.
Cash doesn't like egg.
I don't like egg. Which is very funny because I did order some eggs today.
Eggs go in a lot of things.
Yeah. Listen, I need it for cake.
hell yeah.
Cake
so it's
good.
fine.
Cake's
Like-
important.
We do like cake here.
Want some?
Why?
It was a broken pot, Tara.
You want some pop?
I will fertilize you. Like, what? I'll put some soil in. I'm gonna water you.
Oh, that's not what I. Okay.
What? What's the problem? Tara, just no.
Tara, you can't just
Stop.
can't just yell at things that you're gonna fertilize them. They will not understand.
I'll swing a large stick.
This is it.
How sad is this? Pains me to see it.
What
All
horrible
that
thing is
power
Hades
going
gonna
to
ask
waste.
us to do? And we're gonna be like, I can't do that, and then immediately goes and does it.
The dead guy to the underworld, yada yada, how you doing? Hey, let me guess.
It seems
You're trying to
trustworthy.
put the Kaibar in the darkness inside you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. Well, anyway, bad idea.
Wait, what?
Okay, stay with me. Darkness is inside everybody. Nothing to be ashamed of. You play nice with it, and darkness will be your best friend.
How bad could you
No.
The darkness
Listen, there
will
might be
run
some
over
bad
you like a
twinks here, but
goddamn
not that
tornado.
bad.
And then
It's
we're
just
all
doing what
good.
comes naturally.
I look at you, and I see potential. That's right,
So when are we
kid.
watching
You got
Lorax?
potential to
We
conquer
don't need to get the sound clip for Big Joel. Just good. This twink has done some bad things. I think.
Absolutely.
How do I conquer the darkness?
That would come up so many times here.
So
Oh,
many times. I am making a note of it for myself to handle later. I say as I drop everything off of my desk. Oh, there goes another thing off the desk. Bye.
Don't worry, I'll be
Bye,
right there
thanks.
to guide you every step of the way. I'm kind of what you'd call an expert in the art of darkness.
Oh, so you're a
Oh,
good guy.
Slide fast. This is a limited time offer.
I've written down Big Joel, this twink, and we'll hopefully be able to decipher that later on. No, wait, I wanted the box.
Just look at it later, like, yeah, that twink.
That twink. Absolutely. I need to hit X to open things. Horrible. Awful. I hate how quickly this has come back to
Arcade.
me. Hi, Arcade.
Yo,
How is it, Brain?
Oh, happy birthday.
I was gonna
Whoa.
say, I meant to, I think I tweeted, messaged, I said something the other day when it was your birthday, but happy birthday part 2!
oh!
We're here for it. How are you? Not the chorus of twos in the background. Freaking nerds.
hey, Axel just screamed 2 in a canyon, and it keeps repeating like thousands of years later.
That is exciting! Play all the fun games, do all the cool stuff, and enjoy being with your friends. That sounds like lovely.
Sounds kick ass.
I was going to make a thing just like, you should go to the arcade for your birthday, and then you are, so I can't say that anymore.
Arcade is on it.
That just hit me. I just realized that now first. Damn it!
No,
Hell yeah.
that sounds wonderful though. I'm excited for you.
Jealous that you still got arcades to go to.
They don't
Right
exist
though?
anywhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tell me how to conquer
At
the
least-
darkness.
I think
And if they do, they just have shit.
It's
How
bad.
am I
It's
gonna
bad.
play Time Crisis 2?
right.
How am I gonna play DDR?
All right.
Not because my knees will explode nowadays, but
Height and weight.
I'll still try.
Yeah, my knee would just kind of pop out now.
Yeah.
God.
Have you
It's
all
not
got
great.
the bad knees?
I have a bad knee. It's
A
genetic.
bad knee.
I sensed it.
Yeah, what literally my left knee just pops out randomly when I do stuff.
Oh.
It's,
Ah, good.
It's not great. No.
I understand this though. My knees do that sometimes.
All
As
my
we
friends'
found out-
legs are exploding.
My hip does that sometimes. It's okay, Sylvie. We can be old men together with our bad knees. Oh, fuck.
Back in my day, I still had a knee.
You need to have a redeem for popping the knee back in, so
No. Luckily, my knee just pops back in, but my brothers and my nans don't, and they have to
Oh,
pop
God.
themselves back in, and it's awful.
Oof.
It still makes me fall over though, and I can't walk for
Well,
like 20
yeah.
minutes.
Tara, you jumped over that, you dumb fuck.
I'm loving seeing the
Strategy.
combat just come naturally now. It's just
Yeah,
flowing through you,
it's-
Kaysh.
It's gross and I hate it because I didn't kill the
Again,
other
what-
one in time.
Fuck that.
Poor guy healed him as well.
Yeah.
What's that little whisper guy? What's that? Come over here. Okay. You're trash. Oh, that's a little whisper, dude.
Hey,
You're
you
such
wanna hear
an
a secret?
asshole.
You a bitch.
Alright, that's it.
Oh, turn around, Tara! Fine. He's so
Hey.
slow.
Nice.
Yeah, but I have to do this one again.
You have 15 whole seconds. This is fine.
Fuck that little guy.
Okay, but I'm also...
Hey!
Damn.
He did it.
I'm
No!
pulsing with excitement.
30 whole seconds.
He backed up though. I didn't hit him because he backed up.
You got
You know how to kill mimics.
It's true. Where? Where? Why?
Oh.
Where? How?
Oh, no.
How?
Stalin.
That's rude.
Running the timer out of fighting
Timer
game,
scam.
coward.
Oh.
I don't think they do that in the Souls games.
No, they just eat you.
Very good in the Souls games. Hey, I think he won't be able to block that when you're on fire, but now he blocks it even better than usual.
Tara! You're useless.
Nice.
I don't want to have to do this again.
Look, at least you get all that experience in those items. If you lose to these boots.
You get 2 more move.
There we go.
It's a lot more move actually, because there's like
What?
6 boots.
How many rounds are there? Because
So many boots.
I'm already done.
I'm with you, Kaysh. I thought 5 was...
As many as the game wants.
Yeah.
I mean, I did the one in Kingdom Hearts 1 where it was like 100. So
Yeah.
it kind of sucks. I don't think it's that bad though.
It better not be. I'm fully expecting it to be like, you have to do
Probably only like
25
95.
rounds.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, me kind of lining the load is not great, because I'm always like, yeah, it's not as bad, it's just like
Does
10%
mine
worse.
thingy go through the block?
It does, it goes all around you.
That's handy.
Fuck off.
I think you,
Blew
with
up.
these guys, you can like hit them twice and then immediately block, and then you can do the counter hammer thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I have to stop moving to block, which takes Terra forever to do.
Yeah, Terra kind of sucks ass.
Like, I would genuinely love to block, but he's so bad at
Oh,
it.
I think you also got the new move last stream. You can press
Shit!
square when you're being attacked, and you can hit them back.
Heck.
It's,
This is fine.
It's fine.
We'll get him next time.
You got this.
Coliseum failed. You want some?
You want
This was me during the ice giant.
Yeah. It's a bad fight.
It was awful. We were just talking about how it was the easiest of them and it was the most painful.
I wasn't convinced. I remember
I beat
struggling
that.
with that.
On my first go, and I will never try that again because I will definitely not be in the next 100 goes.
No, you're okay. That's fine. That's fine. What are you doing? That's acceptable.
I'm feeling the heat.
Well, he's feeling the heat in the wrong places.
Whoa. You should get that checked out, dude.
Honestly. There. No! Come back! Okay. I hate the knockback! Stop knocking everything away from me! No! Sir, you can't.
I think the fire form makes that worse.
Yeah, I
Because
think
you have
the-
multi-hit, so it just forces him to counter.
The counter after 3 hits, not after a combo finisher.
Horrible.
I hate shoes.
Stupid shoes. So hi, Travis.
Oh, come on in, Travis. To the
You're like-
madness.
And Fire Emblem, you just give people boots to make them go faster. And it works even if they're flying or on a horse. Or we already have boots. Just put more boots on,
More
go more
boots.
fast.
Want these guys to not be in the air, I think, is the thing.
Yeah, that would be ideal. I think there's like a gravity spell to make them that happen.
Yeah, but I just want them to not be in the air ever. I don't want to have to do anything.
Yeah, well, life sucks. So what can I tell you?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Mine's kind of good though.
Okay. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. That's fine.
Flame on!
We love Fire Mod. It's our favorite.
Stop! I keep hitting the wrong button. Stop turning around! You piece of shit!
Tell him, Keish.
I think you got your
my
minds
God.
back.
Thank you.
Hey. Just that easy.
Attack you from behind? How about fuck you? Mines.
I'd be fine with doing the attack from behind, but he turns around in like 0.2 seconds.
Yeah.
Ah, kinda stupid.
Turns around whenever he gets hit 3 times, I think.
Not even. There were a couple of times where he just
Yeah,
I hit him
sometimes he
once.
does it earlier, just as
And he's like-
just as a cool joke.
It's not a cool joke. I don't like it. It's a bad joke. These fucking guys. Take that.
Oh. Yeah, show
Why
those
did that
plans.
hit?
He's too short. How are you gonna hit a guy that short?
He wasn't. What he was.
Little dude.
The attacks just go over his head.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh. Are we done? No.
Oh no, it's jellyfish.
Stupid jellyfish.
These can't be the ones that go.
No, no,
No, we're good.
He's
Just
They got baby health bar.
Where?
hey.
Hey!
You
I think you did it.
Dun dun? Yes! Dun dun!
Sonic Impact. Oh yeah, you can press square twice and do an attack. It makes your dodge even suckier, so I wouldn't even recommend putting it on.
Oh.
I heard you had like having no iframes, so let's give you a thing that gives you even less iframes.
But I...
Tara needs to level up his adaptability.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Wait, no! I just want just let me in! Hades, just let me in! Let me beat up whatever the big thing is!
Okay, this is not what I had in mind. But hey, I can improvise.
Oh, he
Time
mouth
to
is
plan beta.
smooth and
Pardon
flat.
me, coming through. I'm gonna
There's a
miss
drawing
one.
of a Shaq's mouth for a mouth.
Who the fuck is this?
Soldier.
Who could it be?
Hello, plan beta.
Is that a Zach?
Hey, kid.
Huh?
What?
No. No.
No.
No, no, no.
Once I've conquered the darkness in my heart, I'll never have to fear it again.
Okay, Tara, whatever the fuck.
If I have to see a twink again, I swear to God. Oh my fucking God.
Who the fuck? Who is this mysterious soldier? I swear to God, Farley, I am going to bop you. You what now?
Yeah, this fight's
Oh,
can be kind of hard.
Why the
oh,
I hit X is the thing.
hey!
It did a lot of damage, and it was like only 3 mines.
He doesn't like being lit on fire.
No.
Actually, he might be indifferent.
Hey, that was Sonic Impact.
He's used to the heat with the village in Final Fantasy VII that Sephiroth burned down. It's used to the heat. It's fine. Spoiler alert for Final Fantasy VII. But everyone's seen the shot of Sephiroth in the burning buildings.
Hey, you wanna come over here?
It's his backstory. He left something in the oven for way too long. Ruined the whole town.
No.
Yeah, he's cooking something up for his mom, and then it's like fuck.
No! Come here. Oh.
At least he takes a lot of damage when he
Yeah.
explodes. He doesn't necessarily stop him doing what he's doing. Hey!
But you know, we like the damage.
Okay, game, you can stop making this horrible noise. I understand. I beat the man.
I was worried that noise was forever.
Yeah, same.
For mine, it was forever when I was playing Pokemon the other day.
Huh?
Baby, please.
Stop it! The match is over!
It's not over till he says it's over.
He was a pushover before. What's gotten into him?
Didn't you know
Darkness.
he's soldier first class?
Doing this.
He's being controlled.
He's stanky.
I recognize the stank.
So what do you think? You like
Also, I like how he flashes back to that. Oh, I guess he was kind of
Power of darkness.
being controlled. Never mind.
Could've been yours, still
I just
true.
have it in my head that he's such an idiot that he just does whatever everyone asks him to, which he kind of does.
Yeah.
You were just playing me.
But,
The darkness
you know.
never had me.
It's great when you have like the Dark Haze ability. It's like the darkness will never have me. Then you use it immediately in this next fight coming up. All these dark moves.
Free.
You've also got your blaster move with your shot lock ability.
That is true. What if I just open with that?
Shadow bullets.
Whoa!
yeah.
Whoa!
Hmm.
Whoa!
Oh, wait,
Excuse you!
I thought that was you doing
No,
it first.
it
No.
wasn't!
No.
Show me hustle all over again.
Just wizards spamming bullets in the stratosphere.
Ah!
Oh.
Yeah, this move is nearly impossible to dodge when you're Terra.
Big old blender. Just
Oh.
give me the controller for 5 minutes. You're not gonna need it.
Well, well, that's fine. It did nothing.
That did jack shit.
Fuck. Well, this is cool. That's fine.
What's that? You wanted to play the game?
No, not really. Do I have to do
Okay,
the first
good.
portion of the fight again?
I don't
Surely
think...
not.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Okay, maybe.
Wait, what?
You have to do the first part of the fight
Or is
again?
it because I
Okay.
hit continue,
Oh, wait, no,
not
it's because you continue, not
retry?
retry. Yeah.
Why the
yeah.
fuck is retry the second option?
I don't...
Why is it
Why-
not the default?
Why are retry and continue not the same thing?
Also that! The fuck, game? I don't give a shit, Tara, eat a dick!
Oh, I love Fridays. They're so good.
No, sir, I hit you, is the thing. Here's the thing. Come here. No. Oh my god. This is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
But to
Yeah.
beat your ass. You can
Run
just
into
take
the
2
goddamn
steps to the left.
Come on. There we go.
Oh, let's go! Rock Breaker!
Oh,
Ah! It's fine. Fuck off, you
Stop.
piece of shit!
what the fuck was that? Teleported backwards to get you with that.
Oh, the juggle? The loops? Terra
Yeah.
the loops!
I am
Tara
not
does
fucking
the
around
loops.
right now. Listen, I'm not happy. It's... No, I don't care. No, I don't care.
Just
No,
in
I
case
don't
shit
care.
goes wrong, we could also save state. I mean,
Oh, it's
legit.
true.
Game Boy
Two?
features, PSP
What
edition.
was it?
It's that crossplay feature I've heard about.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Well, not many people know this because no one owned a PSP, but it had save states.
Well, I guess I live here now.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
It fucking sucks.
Come here, Cinderella.
Cinderella service.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh, we can see that awesome wagon. I'm excited.
Bibbidi bobbidi, fuck you.
Nope.
That was my favorite line from the stream the other day when you said bibbidi bobbidi, like fuck off or whatever.
That was very good.
I was done. I was done.
Bibbidi bobbidi, who gives a fuck? Let's move on.
Fuck off! I was dodging you! You can't just keep teleporting to where I am!
I think if he misses, he just gets to go for 5 more minutes until he eventually hits you.
Kind of bullshit.
Heals. No! You can't interrupt me every time! If I can't interrupt you, you can't interrupt me!
Oh, what a dodge!
Oh.
He reads though.
Heck.
It's the fact that he just stood there and watched me spin around, just entirely bored and fed up with me, is the thing here. No! I was winning, you fucking stupid
Fuck that.
asshat! No.
Can't block that, huh?
Also,
No,
I
I
was. Nope.
Oh my-
Oh yeah, he cast Meteor too.
I don't think Zach knows that spell.
Well,
He
this
was
is
never
cool.
off do it that one time. It's fine.
He didn't see he was dead at that point.
Oh my god. That bar is loading. Come on, Churro.
Oh my god.
I do love how FF7 characters in this series just casually throw out meteor spells when it's the Doomsday spell that will end the world.
Oh my god. That.
If you have less than like 80% health and he clips you with that, it's just over.
Yeah, it's pretty awful.
Can we D-Link during that?
I have thoughts
No.
about that.
No.
No.
No,
I
I'm not
think
allowed to do anything.
If you have to basically just do the dark shot thing over and over again every single time you see him do that charge up. If you get the max
Oh.
version of it before he does it, then you can survive the whole time.
So this is the first fight where you kind of just need to iframe through all their big moves.
Yeah, you can like block his jump attacks and then you can just try to iframe throughout the big annoying shit. The strike rate of this game, if you would.
Fucking do that twice in a row! I'm so heckin' mad right now. No. Where are you going? Where are you going? Give me the heal. No, come here!
No, it's Kayshurr's turn to do the move. It's not your turn to do your move, okay? You wait. Damn it.
Okay, get
Never
like
will.
that. Like if he should only do that extra follow-up stuff if you get hit by the explosion at the beginning. But he
Yes.
just still teleports to you and just tries to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Cinderella's moves are ass except for that little dash.
Yeah.
And that very fast cooldown heal.
Bad to upgrade
It's
it,
just
probably
incredibly
not
slow
great.
and that also does no damage.
Yeah, you're probably doing more damage outside of Cinderella now. He does not want to get hit by that.
Nope.
Do that. Then we can revert. He walked into it and it did nothing!
Good Thunder Tower.
Oh, what a hit! Right on the jaw.
And the kiss out.
Nice. He's an idiot.
Back, keep walking into those mines. What you got?
Fuck off!
Hey, if you're Aqua, you can just dodge that without no problem. It's great.
Just mash dodge, same way you do everything else.
Yeah, but unlike with Terra, it actually works.
Yeah.
Nope, 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 no, no!
Yep, see, it
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
think he
It
should
doesn't
be
matter.
allowed to do that 10 seconds
Multiple
after he's
times?
just done it.
Yeah.
The fact that he keeps teleporting to you even though you dodged his ass.
Yeah.
This is one of the harder fights.
I'm kind of shocked that he didn't hit you the moment after you cured yourself. Like,
Heck.
Was it the full one? You might be okay. Yeah!
Yes!
Nice. You did it!
The shot lock into Rising Rock to keep the iframes going.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's
But he'll just do it again. What a fucking asshole. Can always just shot lock again.
Oh. He's just done it 3 times in a row.
This is actual bullshit. This is some actual
just literally
bullshit.
does no moves when he's low on health, huh?
No. It's kind of bad.
It's kind of bad.
I was real close though.
Can't just open with this, you piece of
He
shit!
always starts with it.
That has you mean to go up.
Dog, don't bark. I know, Zach's annoying.
You gonna do the thing? Are you gonna do your stupid thing?
Timing on that's pretty strict.
Yeah. I think he also attacked slightly faster than before, because I thought it was a second later. Yeah, I think Aqua also fights Zack like this, or similar to this.
No, I didn't eat.
And Ventus is the only one that doesn't fight him. It should be that Terra is the only one that doesn't fight him because his dodge sucks.
That'd be nice.
You know, I'd buy it if this was the move that he'd be using when he has like less than half. Of
No, he
his
shouldn't be
to go.
using it.
All the time.
I think he shouldn't be using it ever.
If he's gonna use
That'd be
it,
great.
it's a one-time
That'd be
move. That's
optimal.
it. All done.
His desperation move when he drops to a certain amount of health.
Yep.
Okay, even if
Thanks,
you
first person.
don't get too many hits, you still dodge a bit of it.
Fuck
And it's
off.
the only way to reliably dodge any of it.
Yeah. Nice.
What's his feet? Guy's little toes.
Get rid of Nash. It doesn't do that much damage at low level. It's actually doing alright damage though.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get like a billion little orbs when you level it up.
Where am I going?
You're gonna run out of D-Link
Oh, he's gonna do it
soon.
again.
Yeah.
Cinderella, help! Nope, I'm getting out, Va! No, Cinderella! Nice little fuck you. Casting Meteor.
I can't see where I am.
You also can't escape.
Yeah, I'm kind of picking up on that, you actual piece of shit. You actual piece of shit.
It wasn't a max, it was like one-off max.
The end hit does like a quarter of your health.
Yeah.
Just on its own. This is bullshit. Not quite.
Yeah, but
Will we live?
no,
God, that kills! No shot that kills!
This is unbelievable. This is horrible.
Hey, so grinding up for our solo not looking like a bad idea. Yeah, you gotta just immediately do the shot lock every time you start the fight. He'll always start with this fucking stupid move.
okay. Sure.
Oh, you got
sure.
your finisher move.
That's not bad.
It
When
wasn't
did
bad,
that
yeah.
happen? No.
Oh, you're real low.
Yeah.
He needs to like give you longer to react to his that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's some nice dodging right there.
let's go! It actually worked. He didn't get clipped.
Clutchness.
Sir, you can't just drop meteors on my head always.
Oh, you punish those. You punish those back dashes.
That's right.
Oh, now it's time to beat his ass.
Oh, critical impact too.
Oh, that's some damage.
Oh, here we go.
Just stay on top of your health.
Oh god, yeah.
You might do it.
Fuck.
We do have,
You have D-Link.
yeah. We got Cinderella if we need her.
Yeah, just do it
Probably
and then back
would be
out
good.
immediately. You'll probably be doing more damage outside of Cinderella.
Fuck off. Sorry, that's a game, not you. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm used to it. It's...
No!
Come into my hellhole. You idiot!
Let's go,
Show the
kill.
true power of
Beautiful.
darkness.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
My ass!
Fuck there.
Okay.
Now you
Nicely
got more
done.
deck capacity. You can shove
Nicely
more
done.
things into your deck now.
I worry on Fridays that my neighbors are gonna hear me, and that they will only ever hear me say the worst possible things.
Hear him.
Forget it. It looks like I bet on the wrong dark horse. That kid doesn't have what it takes to handle darkness.
Maybe neighbors will hear you and be like, oh, we can't,
You gonna make
we
it?
can't help Kish. They're being forced to play Kingdom Hearts. I recognize those noises.
Oh, dang, Kayshurr's into some weird stuff. I just keep hearing every Friday, suck my dick, really loudly. What the fuck is going on?
What was that? Eat my ass? What the fuck?
Tara.
Thanks, Tara. I'm Zach.
Go away!
Oh, wait a sec.
Tara, you're exactly what I pictured a
Oh
hero
my
would be.
god.
Not the way you look. There's something else about you.
Well, I'm no hero. Trust me.
You kidding?
Listen, I'm a
to
nice
those cheers,
person,
man.
actually.
You don't
Who's
get to
cheering?
decide
There's no one here.
They've already made up their mind. Whether you like it or not,
Ugh,
you're their hero.
don't touch me. Don't you fucking touch me. I will break your goddamn hands.
Too bad. I really wanted to fight you fair and square.
No.
Fuck you with your fair and square
Maybe
shit.
some-
Like that.
Listen, if I beat
that
you
move is
like this,
bad.
I'm gonna beat you fair and square. Not the D-Link with Zach!
Can we do that one move just over and over and over?
Come on.
I think his one actually isn't that bad.
Well, I'm
I
mad
I
at
can see
him,
what he gives you.
so we're not doing anything with him just yet. Also, I do need to see what I need to do for upgrading stuff, so...
We're up to Lilo and
Memento.
Stitch level now, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are.
At favorite level.
Yeah.
Not even Lilo and
that.
Stitch level, because Lilo's not in it.
No.
Okay. Meld. What was I doing to do? Thunder and Sliding Dash to get Ursulum. Is Thunder leveled enough?
It's gotta be. We've been using it for
No. Yeah.
ages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sliding Dash. And Thunder. That's Stun Edge, which is incorrect.
Hmm.
So wait, is it Thunder first? And then... Does that really make a difference? Hold on. No, that's still Stun Edge.
Wiki. Why you do
Is
this?
there
to
some
me?
weirdness going on in this? Does it need to be like a special... I don't even.
I'll look up how to make it.
Okay, because I'm looking at the chart that you sent me. It says I can do thunder with sliding dash or strike raid. Get
Sylvie been overtaken by the darkness, giving us bad tips.
It has to be the level 2 version of sliding door. It's always hard to tell with you, Travis. I figured it was a goof, but I wasn't certain.
I think you need a certain recipe to be able to make it. You need the Giga attack recipe.
Ugh, okay.
I'll
Great.
see how you get that.
Our attacks aren't giga enough.
I need more Giga. Giga these nuts, am I right?
Okay, maybe you don't need maybe you don't need it. But apparently the like ours Solum or whatever has a percent chance to actually give you that ability when you craft stuff.
It's a random chance.
I believe so. So let me just double check.
Fucking scream.
Call Uncle Nintendo. Double check.
Uncle Nintendo.
Uncle Nintendo, why do you hate me?
Please don't hate Kaysh, Uncle Nintendo.
I'm nice, actually. You have to be nice to me, actually. Sure, I guess.
Okay. I thought the Persona 4 Persona Fusion was a lot. This is like a whole nother level, damn it.
You can, I think, get one for free in the world after the Lilo and Stitch one.
Okay.
Which, I mean, will be fine, because you basically just need it for the final bosses that you do after that anyway.
If you see so...
Well, I mean, have I ever been wrong? So...
You know, I love you.
I got a success rate of 0%. So let's see if we can upgrade that to at least a 33%.
I'm scared is the thing. Ah, what have I done? I've opened up a thing. It's fine.
Oh, jeez.
No, don't attack. Ha! Pieces of shit. Come here. No. No.
These goddamn jellyfish again.
We've got so much stronger now, though. We've leveled up so many times. This will be
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
We'll won't even notice they're there. We'll just plow through them.
Oh. No, the damage is still not amazing, but it's
Yeah.
better than what it was.
Is it?
Barely.
Barely.
Is the damage lower than this?
Yeah.
Take that. Want some? Take that.
You're not even hitting the one. Okay,
Yeah,
no, you were.
yeah, it casts stop, so it just does the damage after the stop
Yeah.
ends.
I just got confused because I could see it hitting the jellyfish,
I was getting confused too.
but I was not seeing it acting like it was hitting the stupid little
Yeah.
eel guy.
You can change it back to the rock one if it starts to get annoying or like it's not good. Oh, there it. That just made that this much longer.
It reminds me of those birds earlier on that would just fly away.
Yo, magnet kind of good.
Oh, it does a little bit of damage too.
They made magnet better. I did some good damage.
Yeah, I'm not hating it, but we'll see.
Take that. Want some?
At
Okay,
least you
maybe
throw
I
it more
do.
than once.
Yeah.
So it has a higher success rate to hit the thing.
And it does hit multiple things, which is nice.
Want some? Take that. Want some? Here. Here. Take that. Want some? Take that. Here.
Eh!
Here. Thunder. Want some? Take that. Want some? Here.
Well, yeah, I guess you can maybe try working on getting the Dark Haze skill next, which requires Fire Dash and Zero Gravera. And this time I know that it should exist because I'm looking at a YouTube video of a guy doing it, and it shows that it does do it. And
Perfect.
I have
Whoa!
proof in case it doesn't do it.
Big
Whoa!
Tara, when'd you get so jumpy?
Jumpy.
Never. It'll never happen again. What is this?
When'd you learn these jumps?
Want some? Take that. Want some?
Ah! Don't look at me! I don't know what you do when you do, but don't look at me. Perceive it!
Want some? Take
No. You need to stop wiggling.
At least we get to hear you want some, take that, you want someone every time you do it.
I'm gonna have to leave for a second. My Discord started doing a thing. I
Okay.
have sound right now, but not picture, and Discord, a cat.
Oh.
Like, it's minimized and a cat pop it up.
Okay.
Oh. Sounds like
It's
an
a new
issue.
one.
Here.
I'll be right back.
Discord. Always a new problem that no one else has ever had.
That's me every single time. Oh, it's like a thing that nobody usually gets.
Yeah.
And
Always
it's just like, yeah, it's a really
something
uncommon
serious.
thing that not many people get.
Nope, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, one of the strangest things I've seen Discord do.
Is it fixed? Did you leave and come back?
Yeah.
Nice.
I have streamer mode on, so I can't hear nothing. But yeah, what the fuck, Discord?
I had the pop-out window, but I didn't have the main Discord window, and I couldn't get to it. And like, if I tried to open it again, it didn't work because it thought it were already running.
Yeah. Discord, why are you like this?
And then I closed the pop-out window for some reason. I'm like, that'll fix it, and I did not. I didn't have the pop-out window either.
Hi, Train.
Train.
Yo.
Train. Welcome in, Train.
You missed me losing my mind earlier. It's already happened.
Fought Zach.
Always happening. It's forever happening.
Yeah. That's an angry computer. It goes... so heckin' mad. Whee! No.
No. That was the most honest, like, no. No.
Listen, I'm too busy to deal with their nonsense. Tara, why? Excuse me.
Bless.
Ugh.
I like when you move because he goes, want some? And take that! In the same move. No, he only does one or the other.
You like hearing him do both.
Yeah.
Ah! Sorry.
Oh!
He was rolling at me and it scared me.
Oh, I didn't do any damage.
Yeah.
That does damage, though, at least. That does
They're
really
gonna
good
explode.
damage.
Sure. Well, that's not what I told you to do. But it's fine, I guess.
Oh, that's doing multiple hits.
Yeah.
Hit him like 3 times, it goes through.
Hey, I got a UFO sticker. Oh, and I hit the wrong fucking button again. Every time. Listen, triangles for picking things up. It's my little goblin.
Those are goblin sounds. I want just Stitch sounds for the whole game, just in the background. If you listen really carefully.
Looky.
What?
I love,
Who
I
is
love
part
this
of the
little
game?
goblin.
Am I Stitch?
Are you?
When did you give that back?
Too late. It's already marked for destruction.
We're gonna
No,
see
stop!
Mothman come in and take Stitch
My
away.
friend gave me that.
Eat it. Fucking eat it, Stitch.
Shocking. Such concept is totally lost on 626.
Doesn't know what Ohana is yet.
Or he does. Fuck, he knew.
Ohana means fuck you.
This whole time I've been calling myself Ohana.
Oh, fuck, wow, okay, Stitch, Jesus Christ.
But this is my heart to depression. I find out how little I really know myself,
Oh, jeez.
and how much I miss them. That
Miss
experiment
my
of
little
yours,
goobers.
you sure about him? Maybe in his heart he wants friends, just like the rest of us.
Impossible, Petty. He has no actual feelings, only destructive instincts I have carefully chosen for him. Or perhaps you need another demonstration of my evil geniusness.
Is that... I don't... No. Oh, but it's so cute!
Yeah, it's great.
Wait! Wait!
Oh,
Jumba,
no.
I don't want to kill the cute little buddy! I can't,
You're gonna want to kill it soon, though, because I think it's pretty ass.
Oh.
I mean,
It does a lot of damage.
Well, you know what? Get up there. Why aren't you up there? Why can't I leave?
Is he a thunder element thing? Does thunder heal him? We have to carefully
No.
try and avoid using thunder. He doesn't care about magnets. He doesn't know how they
Clearly!
work.
What? You're awesome.
Fucking magnets.
Are you shitting? Tara!
Tara,
Damn idiot.
hit the enemy, please, Tara.
Oh, yeah, it's time to beat your ass. Oh.
No, he's too
Get back here, you little
fast!
shit.
He's very slowly gliding away.
That didn't even hit! Oh.
It did. You got it.
A tiny bit. It got him on the way down.
Barely. I can't get up there!
Oh, you whacked the balls back into his face. Nice. Nice.
No!
Oh, he did not care. Oh, he's controlling the guns now.
Oh,
Well, that's cool, because I can't
And
do
that does
shit
a lot
about
of fucking
that.
damage.
Oh my god.
now we have to fight 2 GLaDOSes at once.
Why did I choose Aqua?
Yeah,
Why
Aqua's a
was-
bad choice.
Why was that what I went for?
Why is she
Make
got
my-
Thunder, Blizzard, and Cure?
Because she's the mage.
That's just...
Oh my my god.
I think that's held up to the stage of the game that we're at very well.
I think you have to level her up to get the better spells.
Unbelievable. Who would ever? I like this little guy's energy. I like his yeet has.
Oh god.
I wanna die.
Oh, he's firing a spirit bomb! Come chase me, Mr. Kennedy!
No!
Said yoo-hoo, which apparently means it's gun time. I like how they're like giant Nerf guns that shoot like Nerf bullets at you.
Yeah.
And it fucking destroys you.
I can't hit these. I can't hit these.
I think you can stall them out and he'll still get out of them eventually.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
stupid.
that sucks!
Heck.
Right as I hit it! Okay, well, now we know that all of this is horrible and that it's bad.
It's pretty bad.
No,
We might have to change the deck at some point to have more moves that actually work on him.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll get him second try easily and it'll be fine. Oh, iframes. Don't know where he is, but he's getting on. Oh, he's in the
there he
guns.
is.
Oh.
Gosh, where else would he be?
You can just avoid with walking, I think. Which is nice.
Yeah.
For Terra, he likes it when you can dodge stuff by just walking. I like the little sound that it makes.
I remember thinking Terra's story was the hardest. It's probably just because his fucking dodge is ass, isn't it?
Yeah.
Partly. I think, besides Aqua's final fight, I think he has the harder story bosses, like near the end.
Aqua, like, you've done all the other ones, so, like, you kind of get how it works at that point. I don't know. I was just spamming stuff that made me invulnerable.
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't want to. That does destroy his health, though.
So it is getting hit by his own orbs when he's in the middle.
Yep. Time to just have a little break.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like Briggs fight.
Oh my god.
Y'all
I love
remember
Brig.
Brig? What a guy.
Who could forget such memorable characters as Brig?
Brig. Can you be done now?
It's like such a dodgy fantasy name. I love it. I want to hear like a fantasy, like elf, be introduced as like Brig, son of Brig.
You have to hit the little guy. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You actually have to heal when I tell you to heal.
Nice. We're playing some freaking Ocarina of Time and fighting Ganondorf.
Fuck off. I hate this stupid goddamn move.
It's fine. We just got nice little breaks.
Yeah, but you get Kayshurrr back, you know?
Takes
it's
forever and it's just dumb, and then I have to run around in a circle and just be like, oh my gosh, this is the game now.
Why is this the game now?
I'm very salty right
Hello,
now.
Fridays. Whoa, my guy's coming out with the heat.
We cock him before he goes in the gun again, and we have to wait 15 minutes.
Oh, don't die.
I can't hit him!
You can do your shot lock.
That is true.
Nice done.
Thank you, Sylvie. Terra has this problem where he can't look up and he can't look down,
You'll be all right, little
and he also
one.
has a really hard time looking behind him. And even side to side is a bit difficult for him at times.
What is it?
Can only turn left.
Maybe he's
What the
wondering
fuck did
offended.
you say to me, you little shit?
My name is Terra. Yes. I can't explain friendship. When you feel it.
No,
you'll
just
know it.
full stop. I cannot explain friendship.
Can't really explain much of anything. Could not explain what I had for breakfast this morning, to be honest.
Experiment 626 and 2 prisoners have escaped from the cell bay. Security, locate the fugitives immediately.
Why are we cool with the big lumpus man when he just tried to kill us with an electric little beast who was horrible?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Cause Terra.
Yeah, Terra's not
Wait,
smart.
what the fuck is Terra doing? Are we just leaving?
Then
Oh, here
Yeah.
we go.
I
Been
don't
on
we
the
just
old
saying-
tram
This
like
is
in
Aqua
now.
Ben's problem, you know.
We're just like, yeah, it's fine now. I could just leave at any point. Also, we've got Stitch. We got Stitch. We got Stitch.
Friendship ended with Cinderella. Now Stitch is our best friend.
Yup!
Yes.
Facts, though! Stop talking to me! I don't want to go see Peter Pan!
Peter
I assume that's a
Pan!
Peter Pan land.
That's the same chasm that has the 2 in it. Just every now and then you.
Peter Pan. Give me that. Is there anything else I can do?
When you level Stitch up, he gives you attack boost, which
Ooh.
does as it says, boost your attack, and it gives you when you get it to level 2, it gives you double CP, so you can get your deck skills up faster. Yeah, you can toggle which ones you want in the actual dealing menu.
We can just say we're
Yeah.
not friends with Maleficent anymore.
Maleficent.
Maleficent.
Fuck
It's
you!
a cross between Maleficent and Elephant.
Maleficent. These need to go away. I need all of these. Now that I know that they're here, I need these all to go away.
We'll never come here again
Oh.
to rechange it, but we're getting rid of them all now.
Are you? Oh my god.
I'm gonna run to the loo while we're doing this. I'll be right back.
Good call. Now's a great time to take your break if you need to pee or refill your water or grab a snack.
When is
I thought you were
Cora gonna team
peeing.
up with Peter Griffin?
How fast is that?
It's a jump scare came out of
Sorry, I saw Trent's comment.
Fruity said bye, then shut up at the window 2 seconds later, like, yo, what's good?
What?
Jesus Christ.
That's not peeing. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the
you can put
fuck?
you put stickers on.
amazing.
Yeah, you get rewarded as well when you put them on. I think you get like abilities and stuff like that once you get certain point thresholds. Yeah.
I got a pulsing crystal.
Oh well.
All right, now I'll go. Okay, I'll be right back.
I kind of need to pee. Is the thing. What the fuck? Okay. There There's just too many things that say new, and I hate it. Why do you still say new? Thing?
It's new.
Still says new.
I think
Why?
once you go out the menu and then you come back in,
Okay.
like fully out, it'll go away.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. It's kind of
can't-
ass.
Can't say I like that. Sorry, it bothers me. Oh yeah,
no,
I have
I
a
get it.
nutty nut.
Oh, hell yeah.
Remember when I got the nutty nuts? My favorite. We like Mine Square. We're keeping Mine Square. Grip it and rip it.
Yeah.
I've been playing Octopath Traveler, and like the way like the stat boosters in that game are called nuts, and they're great, and it just fills me with joy. Let me see if I could just get a quick wiki of all the nuts, so I can enlighten chat with some of the names. We've got nourishing nut,
Oh,
invigorating nut, fortifying nut, tough nut, magic nut.
Do they know what they've
Resistant
done?
nut.
Do they know what
Sharp
they've done?
nut.
They have to know, right?
Slippery nut. Critical nut.
oh jeez. Severe.
I'm scared about the critical nut.
And then lastly, it's just a light nut.
Oh, it's just a light nut. Oh, jeez. Actually, can we just get rid of block? No. No, block stays. No! Train! Oh my god.
The type of nut when you do it, and immediately you hear worry, 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 worry.
Oh no. Okay. Then no.
Do we get rid of all the new?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we did. And now I have to pee, so.
Oh jeez.
At least we can maybe fuse stuff together.
Without
I think-
cash.
We can think about. I wish we could see the menu so I could think
Focus
of what
really
they could
hard
make.
on the.
I
on the
know we've
open
got
menu
like
button.
Thunder. I know we have Thunder. I think we have two, so we can make Thundera, which is one of the steps to make Dark Haze. There we go. We're good.
Oh, we could just talk about Flushed Away. It's fine.
We can also just talk about Flushed Away. Okay, thank you. I love you. Great. I'm just kidding, chat. I fucking hate you. Still, like, Kaysh can hear what I'm saying right now. JK.
Cash always starts the stream before Cash is ready.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah. You're looking at a wiki because it's just we got strike, we got lots of things with strike in the name.
Yeah.
There's a dash and an edge there, and
Yeah.
a blitz.
Yeah.
Can we make something with red plus red, with strike plus strike? Can we just keep slamming strikes together until we make the biggest strike?
I'm back.
I know.
Hey, Nyam.
What would you combine out of these options now? What do you think you'd glue together?
Fire and stun edge.
Fire strike or fire spell? Because this totally different.
I don't even see fire spell.
Yeah, it's got the little wizard hat next to it, and it says fire.
Oh,
But
there
that's
we go,
only
there we
level
go.
1.
I wasn't wrong. I was right. So yeah, when you do sliding dash and thunder, it does make whatever we saw before, but it has a 5% chance to become our Solum.
5% chance?
Yes.
Fucking hell.
5%
So we just need to
is
do that
nothing.
19 more times, and then the
Yeah,
odds
or
are
we just
good
get
that
like
will.
we get the free one, you know?
Yeah.
There's one for a 20% chance, which uses a dark haze, which is already hard to make. But yeah, we get the one for free in the next world. So that's not too big. If we have blackout still, we can do fire dash and blackout to have 100% chance to make dark haze.
You have blackout.
This is also a way better wiki that shows you the percentages and stuff as well if you need to see stuff in the future.
Let's get rid of...
BBS melding.
I didn't know there was dice rolls involved in the crafting.
Yeah, that's some... Wait, I do have blackout. Okay, what do I need to mix blackout with?
Blackout and fire dash.
Don't know that I have fire dash.
Oh.
We can make fire dash with a sliding dash and fire, I believe.
Do I have, like, fire spell?
Yes, this fire spell.
Okay.
Do
then
we
I
not
need
have
to-
fire spell?
Got
I
a
do
level
have-
of the fire spell.
Yeah, I do have fire, but I need to level it up. Which is fine. Get the fuck out of here,
yes.
Thunder. Well,
I believe we don't like thunder. My favorite spell.
listen, I like spinning.
Spin.
Fuck, it is Neverland. Shit. Ass.
Is Neverland 2 words no more?
No.
No.
So wait, they spelled it wrong.
Yeah. What they're trying
That's
it's
fine.
warning. The warning got lost in translation. They meant to say like never land here. Like
Do not
don't-
land.
Don't come here.
Don't laugh.
Do
But-
not land your Tron bike.
But they got confused
Aw.
and yeah. It was just a whole thing.
You might face severe underleveling in this world if it gets too bad.
Oh jeez.
But right now it seems to be okay.
Just little guys.
I love little guys.
Yeah.
Fire's already leveling up.
Yeah, it was real
You
close
can
to
also
level
like
2.
use D-Link with Stitch now. That's how you can level him up, is if you kill enemies with Stitch on.
Excuse
Oh,
you.
Zach.
No, excuse you.
Hey Zach, how's it going?
Oh
No.
my god. Oh.
Flashbacks.
Oh.
It won't let you do it
No.
now, I guess.
Yeah, we're out of max D-Link meter.
Barely!
There you go, now it's
I got,
back.
Hey.
I got plenty of
You
D-Link!
got it, now it's all good.
What the fuck is that thing?
I
What the
thought you
fuck is
could
that
tell
thing?
Zach.
Oh god. Stitch just says thunder spells.
Oh no.
He's got a cure on that.
Which is very weird because he gives you the attack up. Oh yeah, you have to, it comes with button prompts.
Huh. Well, that's fine. Bye.
Speed. Oh yeah, our magic increase. That'll make Stitch better.
Yo, Zero Gravira's cooldown's not that bad. We could just keep launching them all into the
Oh
space.
my god. Oh my god.
Don't mash the button.
I'm trying to do all my other attacks. I want to mash.
Look at the bar below Stitch. Then get ready for button pressing.
No. Hey, fire's already level 3.
That's great.
It's not even
Actually,
good.
pretty
You
good.
don't even turn around to shoot the enemies
No.
behind you when the first guy's
Fuck
dead.
off, bird!
Burn! I'm gonna be honest, Stitch, I preferred it when you just floated on the screen. It made me
Yeah.
happy.
And you
probably
lost the
did other
lingering will in space for a while.
Anything he was doing other than just making me happy because I was looking at Stitch is just a bonus.
We love Stitch here.
Yeah.
Fun fact, when I was a kid for like a solid 2 years, my vocal stem was just Stitch noises.
You're just making goblin sound.
Yeah.
Amazing.
People were surprised when they found out I was autistic. Please stop looking at that man. Stop being locked on so I can maybe potentially attack other things, but I guess
No,
not.
not allowed.
That's
Terra's Magic Mind
fine. Clearly. Hey,
Oh,
fuck
jeez.
off!
You got headbutted by a big monkey.
Yeah, well now I knocked his hat off, so who's laughing now?
Can't believe you've done this.
He wants some.
Please. There we go.
Nice.
I like the star on Terra's face. It was very nice.
If
Well,
I
start
desired
for
your
him.
assistance, I'd have demanded it. We had the situation under control.
No, you
That reminds
didn't.
me.
Oh,
No.
yes, Captain, completely.
No.
We would have cleaved those fiends to the brisket, we would. Why, I'd have given them
Oh,
a little
Shmee.
of this and this.
And don't think your efforts mean you'll get a share of me treasure, understand?
I'm not after your precious box, Captain. I'm looking for
The
a person.
respect!
A boy wearing a mask. Ring any
Terry, you don't
bells?
have to respect him. He's a bad man.
Figures.
It's me, you blithering barnacle. We're off. We shall
Yeah, he's got a
leave
big
this
hat
place
though. You
before
gotta.
night draws them back
I mean,
again.
must be important.
Hey, hold on.
Must be.
What did you just say about the
What
light?
is me still doing? What is he doing? What he do?
Ah, yes,
What do you do?
it's heartbreaking, really. This chest, you see, contains light gathered from all around, and I've got an
I don't
acquaintance
think
aboard
that's how light
who's sure to
works.
try and seize it.
Solar powered.
He's after the light.
The suitcase from
If it's not Vanitas,
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Hey,
Whoa.
why don't I help you keep the light safe? Maybe you could tell me more about this boy who's troubling you.
It's a
What's his
different
name?
boy. It's our good friend Peter Pan.
I know that guy.
To assassinate Peter Pan.
I mean, you say that, but I think we might at least
Yeah.
see the child.
This chest will be brought to Skull Rock
To be
soon.
fair, Peter Pan
Don't let that Peter
is a
Pan anywhere
menace.
near it.
Yeah?
Right. I got you.
Kidnapping children, holding them hostage. Just a weirdo, really.
Distracts.
Also, there's a box over here. And I will hit X to open it!
You said that with the. It's very intense.
Listen, I've been hitting the wrong
X.
button the entire time.
Okay.
It's like
Just-
when I announce Big Button. It's to make sure that I hit the
I
correct
love
button.
Big Button.
I do love Big Button. Sliding dash and fire?
Sliding
Fire
dash and
dash?
fire to make fire dash. Yes.
Just stick whatever on.
Yeah,
It'll be
but
fine.
Longer combos then. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but one or both are.
Ooh,
Combo
Combo
plus. That's good.
Nice.
Okay. And what else?
Can
do we
level
need
up
to
some
work on?
stuff.
Yeah. What do we level up? Not thunder. Got a fire strike that's strike rate. We hated strike rate, didn't we?
I think so.
You hated strike.
Was always missing. Or zero gravity in there for now until we figure out
That
what
seems
we
fun.
actually want.
You can combine Strike Rate and Thunder for a 5% chance for our Solum.
Hooray.
Do it. Do we have a thunder still?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, cross your fingers and your toes. Oh,
No. That's fine.
that's fine.
We don't care.
Didn't even want it.
Listen. Hated strike rate. Good riddance. Get it out of here.
Did we equip it as well?
No. I mean, I could, but no. What does it do, actually? Before I fully
There's
say
a
no.
AoE around here. Oh, it's not that all, is it? It's just a big jump hit.
Yeah. But it gives us Treasure Magnet, though.
Yeah.
Which isn't amazing, but, you know, it's a skill.
I mean, I have a stun edge. That's a level 3 already. Is the thing, though. We'll do it.
You could also get rid of Blackout if you want a move that doesn't suck ass.
I level all the things. Just keep it so it keeps saying, you leveled up a thing all the time. So you...
Yeah.
That is true. I do like
Yeah.
it when it tells me I've done a good job.
Anything that's fully leveled, just smash it into something else for no reason, even if it's garbage.
Gotta get rid of all the news. Okay, and then...
There's a magic spell in this game called Deep Freeze.
Deep freeze!
Did you see it?
Expensive.
Oh, I need this.
Is Mind Shield like Mind Square?
Yes.
Set a row of explosive magic traps which
Yeah.
stun enemies when...
It's just in front of you.
Oh,
Which is kind of better if it's like a big enemy, because then you can like make all of them hit the big enemy.
We'll think about it. It's expensive, is the thing. What else do we need? Fine. Brutal Blast is something that we need, but we don't have it yet.
that sounds fun.
Sure, would be great. Finding Straight?
Do it. Bind them.
Hi.
Oh, they're getting bound.
And then so many stupid new things.
Time to get rid of our crowns for more level ups.
Yeah.
Except Kayshurrr, because we like Kayshurrr.
We do like Kayshurrr.
We
Probably
might want
keep
another
Kayshurrr.
Kayshurrr. We might want 2 Kayshurrs at this point.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
What else did I buy? I like Mind Square. I don't want to get rid of it.
That's fair.
Fire Strike has been fine.
Wait, but swap it out for the level 1 Fire Strike and then smash it into something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Now you
Yay,
get
also,
it.
I just... No! Go all the way down. No, no. Analog stick, you have to work with me here. I hate this. I hate this so much. Why do I have to go in there? Here's the thing. Why must it do this to me?
Why do?
I want there to be a button that just says mark all as seen or something. Don't make me
I
scroll
could
through
just
everything.
not send you ever,
Yeah.
anywhere.
That would be cool too. I would like
Yeah.
that. That would be Lovely. The fuck is this tree?
Cash mad at trees.
I just want to know what it is. But also. Bye, monkey. You will be dead here in a second.
I do like this progression of the combat ability you are displaying from the first room to now. It's like
I can actually kind of do things.
you're kicking ass.
Only kind of.
I mean, the buttons are set up right now.
That just helps.
Come so far from spamming block into a light orb in the corner. 5 minutes to this. So proud.
Are you telling me I can go into the tree?
No. We need to go to Skull Rock. Tree
you're
is
right.
banned.
You're right.
I don't think Terra can go into tree.
I bet a tiny
Stupid!
child can go in there.
Yeah.
Only we knew a tiny child. Hey. Hey, Stitch friend. You wanna... can
no.
you stop?
Electric enemies! Go away!
Bye.
That's a cool move.
I like watching
That's a
them
very
spin
good move.
around.
It's pretty good.
Oh shit.
Those are warning shots.
Need to remember to use this more.
I think they're already dead.
No.
Okay, there was one
No.
tiny man in the corner.
Okay, she's gotta make sure.
I have to kill.
Got double tap.
It's important.
The rules of Zombieland.
Bye.
Oh. Spin faster when you hit them as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oops.
You know what? At least 2 of those hit, which is one more than usual.
Ah!
Hey.
Oh, sorry. I
Oh.
thought I died. How do I leave? Water?
Interesting question.
Is this a swimming game now? Is this our life?
How do I get out of the water? I don't know how.
You swimming in this pool of water gave me PTSD flashbacks to a boss.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
god.
Sylvie, please.
Oh, I'm sorry for getting your hopes so low.
My expectations were so far down there already, and you still managed to take them even further. Listen.
Oh, we're still Stitch? We're just swimming around the
Lasted a
Stitch
while.
the whole time.
I'm back.
Just when you knock him off, he just comes
It
back
fully
at full
heals
health. He's indestructible.
You can't kill me. I am God of this. Oh! I think it knocked him off.
No.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
I brought a friend this
indestructible.
time. You can't kill me.
Can't kill me in a
Me
way
and
that
Petunia
matters.
over here, she's in the air right now, but give her a minute and she'll come down and kick your ass. Oh, fuck.
One of them respawned to full health, but he actually killed one of them.
You wanna come over here?
You can't
Look,
tell
my
me
back
what
is
to
turned.
do. I'm gonna come over here voluntarily. Ah!
Oh hey, Fire Dash is already level 3.
Let's go.
Oof. Stop.
A lot happens in this game, even if you just press the X button.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
It's nice when things work though, because otherwise it's just like I'm hitting the only button that you have for me and nothing is happening. And now it's like, okay, things are occurring. That's cool.
I'm so happy Tara's actually hitting things and not like freaking enemies that just want to be out of range.
Yeah. I just punched that boulder.
Hell
Like Chris
yeah.
Redfield.
Yeah, do you think he's my dad?
Probably.
Dad?
I can see it.
He would punch a boulder.
He's a
Chris does punch a
boulder-punching
boulder. That has
asshole.
happened. That's law.
It is canon. Unfortunately.
Resident Evil 5. he punches a huge rock. Did you not know this? Is this news? Do I need
No.
to find the video of Chris Redfield
Just to
punching
go
a big
and
rock?
save Sheva.
Yeah, he does.
Very good.
By punching a boulder so you can crawl. Not to go over and just walk on the side or like jump over the small pit of lava. No, we're gonna punch a giant boulder into flowing hot magma.
Oh yeah, because they're fighting Wesker in a volcano at that point.
Yeah, you know, like you do. Because where else would you be fighting Wesker, realistically? Come here, monkey.
And then Sheva stands there for like 2 minutes doing nothing while Wesker slowly approaches Sheva.
If you're on 2-player, 1 player has to mash the button the entire fucking time.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you slow down for 1 second, you fucking fall in the lava and have to do it again. It's horrible.
Hey, 5? Kind of a bad game.
It's a great game. It's not a great Resident Evil game, but it's fun. It's
Fond
fun.
memories of it, and then Fruity reminded me of that ending part, the village people, or the Africa part.
Yeah.
It was just a little racially charged.
A little?
Real bad.
Little, yeah, it was pretty. I mean, but they already did it already.
There are some good
before.
times though.
Yeah.
It was already ruled at this point. Like, well, we got random made up Spanish. Let's just keep going with it.
I remember having a real good time with just the co-op function being in it.
Oh my god!
Devoured by a mimic.
That was Dark Souls.
There is a cutscene in Resident Evil 5 where Wesker throws his sunglasses at you and you have to hit the button to catch them, or you die.
It's so good. It's so goofy, but it's so good.
The boss fight with Wesker, I couldn't. I've probably told the story. It's not a great story. We're doing it with Sam, and he kept shooting the rocket at Wesker, and I couldn't hit the rocket in his hands after he catches it because I was laughing too hard. I was crying, I couldn't see. And then he'd like do that, and then just go like, "Where are you hiding?" when we're shooting rockets at him. And just start wandering up.
Very good. No.
There's also the bit where Wesker goes, okay, I got 7 minutes in my busy schedule to fight you, and then I'm out. And he actually fights you for 7 minutes and then just leaves.
Why is
There's a lot of good
like
Wesker.
this?
Wesker's so good in that game. He's so good.
He just wants to do a complete global saturation.
Oh.
I think it was after Resident Evil 5 they put in Wesker in the Marvel vs. Capcom?
Yeah, Marvel vs.
Yeah.
Capcom free.
Is he one of the ones who's busted? Or was he like the thought he was busted and it turned out it was pretty reasonable compared to the rest of the cast?
I think I've seen him in some tournaments. I I don't remember. It's just like Magneto and stuff in most tournaments.
I can't see anything that's happening on the screen when people are playing tournament level Ultima Marvel versus Capcom. Is
It's a
just
lot.
flashing lights.
Oh yeah,
Jeez.
I can barely like keep track of the characters that are being played. Moving so fast.
I know there's like
Captain, but it's about
teams that revolve around one character who can just do 0 to death combos,
Oh yeah.
and you just lose your first 2 people, and then send them out and use the X Factor and just try and 0 to death all 3 of your opponents before you run out of time.
Kept on sparkling and shining even after it crashed down. Why, what if it's really a big, enormous, priceless gemstone?
Idiot! Why didn't you tell me?
What are they hooting and hollering about?
We've a bit of business to attend to and must, I fear, step away. I trust you can see to things till I return.
Sure. When Peter Pan gets here, I'll be waiting.
I'm gonna beat his fucking
A twink, you say?
If I had to do it one more goddamn time, I swear to God. Oh, it's happening again.
That old codfish looks like
You're
he's found himself a
so
new spot.
loud, Peter.
In an echoey skull cave.
They're gonna hear you!
Look, they've just got to tell Terra that it's just the wind and he didn't hear anything, and he'll believe them.
Honestly, though.
While shooting a bow into his head.
Oh my god, I have to fucking fight Peter! Put
Yeah.
Peter Pan in his place! Oh no!
Get him, Max!
Get out of here, Stitch.
He's just...
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
you thought the birds are bad, Peter Pan just flies around and then literally is like an angry, pissed off bee and will just go over and sting you once and then piss off.
Fucking hell.
I bet anything 0 gravity doesn't work on him.
yeah, it didn't. It's just tragic, really.
Yeah. That'd be too easy if you could counter what the enemy's doing with strategy.
You mean this move that specifically says that I can use...
Yeah.
Okay, listen. Specifically use on flying enemies to bring them down? I can't use that here? No! Okay.
It doesn't seem to do any damage when you hit with thunder.
Yeah, but it's funny watching him wiggle.
Yeah, that's fair. He
You can
deserves it.
shoot him with darkness.
That'll
That'll probably show him what
He-
for.
I can't look
literally-
up!
Oh.
Here's
Doesn't
the
like
thing.
have
Can't
moves. He
look up.
just
Oh,
he just
God!
jabs you with his knife. This is horrible. You went, whoa, whoa, oh.
Fuck
And then he flies away again.
You can't hit me there.
No!
No, I don't want some actually. See you later.
That was ambitious. That was never in a million years gonna hit.
Yeah, but what if it did?
It would
How
have been
cool
very
would
cool
it have
if it
been?
hit.
Yeah!
I
Cool.
liked it, but it wasn't gonna happen.
I enjoyed you
Call me a
intercepting
pessimist.
his flight and smacked him in the face.
Oh my god, Tara.
Sarah, that's the wrong direction, bud.
What a dodge. There you go, you
No,
did it. And you
I
get
wanna
blade
keep-
charge, which is one of the best finishing forms.
I want to keep beating his ass!
What do you want with the light?
Light? What light?
What the hell are you talking about?
No, not yet, you blockheads.
Hey,
I'm about to kill some children, watch out.
Tara just like slices them in half.
Oh no.
sorry.
That is a 50-year-old man wearing that bear
What is this?
suit.
Pirate
Your
treasure, of
kid
course.
spilled the light.
Jewels, doubloons.
I'll fucking
An
kill
idiot
you.
in a bear suit.
I've been guarding a pile of lead.
I could see it.
I bring you an egg in this train tongue.
I owe you an apology. I picked a fight over nothing.
Don't apologize to him. He is a bad boy.
Not every day I get to fight such a good swordsman. Say, what's your name?
That's
Terror
debatable.
great fight, PFN. We love
Right
that.
there, Tara. Which way did Hook go?
They said something about a shooting star.
Shooting star? Tinkerbell must be in danger. Men, guard that treasure with your lives.
Those are
Aye, aye, sir.
You go and get him, Pan!
Well, I should be on my way.
That bear is, after this scene, is gonna be like, fucking hell, fuck Jesus Christ.
Lights up a cigarette.
Cracks open a blue ribbon. Takes a long drag on his cigarette.
I mean, I'm just pretending to be a kid so Peter Pan doesn't fucking kill me.
They all have to do that. 'Cause they're not supposed to edge that.
He's been thinking I'm a kid for 47 years.
Oh god.
Oh, world's exploding. Guess we gotta leave.
Oh, for
We
God's sake, I was gone for 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's one. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, kids, but you must die.
I'm not their dad. Oh, it's just these guys. It's the JPEGs. They're back.
How did you do that? How did you get ambushed by 1,000 jellyfish?
And they said singular monster while like a
Right.
billion one is coming. Oh, it kept your health.
Well,
That's a great move to do for this, though.
Nice.
We're playing a bullet hell game now, but for them.
I am the bullet hell.
And it only costs like 1/4 of your focus gauge now, so you can just kind of spam it if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
believe that is.
That was so disrespectful, that little jellyfish just walking up after your finisher just to slap you in the fucking face.
Right? Rude.
No respect for those jellyfish.
Okay, listen. Buddies, I don't got time for y'all.
Everyone could go just a little bit closer to the ground.
Listen, I don't have time for this anymore.
Yeah, we've done this like 3 times now, game.
Also, I can call Peter Pan now? Why?
Oh,
Why
Yeah,
would I do
you're best
that?
friends now. After you kick the shit out of him, he's like, wow, you're my best friend. There's a star for Stitch. I
Where'd it go?
saw
Where'd
it.
it go?
Where is it? Where did? Wait, is it in the
middle of all
sky?
the jellyfish. Yeah,
It's in
it
the
flies up.
sky!
You got attack boost now.
Oops, that was the wrong one.
It's just
least it
slowly shoving
ricochets.
us around.
Oh my
Oh.
Ah! We are just banned from having stars, huh?
Every time. Don't hit continue.
Continues to trap its retry.
I have learned, don't worry, but also
We'll
what
have
the
to fucking
fuck?
Fight Peter Pan again. The disrespect! These fucking jellyfish.
I am so not happy. I hope your poop was good, Train.
How dare you go poopy? You missed
And
Stitch getting a star and then losing his star immediately.
yeah, I
Yeah, I think if you have a star, wait,
Oh, it
we still got
saved!
star?
It saved it! Yeah!
okay, okay.
Nice!
Well, this is a great farming spot. Yeah, there's another star. You can get it to max level.
Where did it go? There it is. Oh my god, let me go
Oh,
get my
he's good at spineless
star!
flying in the air stars in between all the jellyfish.
Yeah.
I ain't seen nothing. Where'd Star go? Did it
I
go
think
away?
Star disappeared.
It wouldn't let me get it because he got stuck in his soup! Ah! I'm not happy.
It's not too bad. I mean, it just, well, I guess it does change the skills that Stitch gets, I think, as well when he gets level 2. So it actually is pretty decent. Just keep an eye out for the star. Never mind.
Never mind.
There'll always be more chances.
No stars ever.
Boy, you sure cut that monster down to size.
Yeah, that monster. That one guy over there.
Fucking kids.
Well, yeah, thanks, you fucking asshole. Okay. Could have been faster, but my god. Alright, later. Oh.
Totally a double agent for
What's
Hook.
that?
Tinkerbell, one of Peter Pan's dearest friends.
Can I take a look?
And then we run off with
As
it.
long as I have his precious pixie, Pan's demise is all but assured.
Won't be able to auto life.
She's strong.
What's the meaning of this?
You know, I didn't give it that much thought. Just doing what my heart.
You never do, Tara! You can't say it like it's this one weird one-off thing! That's just what you do!
Damn, drop a 16.
Rick, we sure showed Hook this time.
You didn't do shit, kids!
Hey, I watched. It was very tiring.
Didn't do nothing.
And every star up there is another world.
Huh? Tara.
Yep. Hard to believe there are so many
Yep,
worlds out
it's
there
me.
besides our own.
You might be wondering.
It's Tara.
Oh, God.
And it's shining down on us like a million lanterns.
Jeez.
What? I don't get it.
In other words, they're just like you, Ven.
What does that mean?
You'll find out someday, I'm sure.
I want to know now.
We'll tell you when you're older.
If you do any kick while levitating, is that technically a drop kick, or is it impossible to do a drop kick if you're levitating? What's the etymology here?
Isn't it if the thing that you are about
Did
to
you guys
kick
really
is
want the
like
jewels
in
and
the
gold that
air?
badly?
That
No, drop
is-
kick's when
We
you
don't care about
kick
You're
and fall.
kicking
When you do a
while dropping.
two-legged kick, so you fall down.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you what.
You
Yeah, I
can
don't
do
know
that in
shit.
Devil May Cry 4 and it's great. It's my favorite move to do to people in Devil May Cry 4.
Well,
That was my favorite thing to do in Dying Light 1, that running drop kick. So
Sounds
good.
amazing.
First person drop kick, I can recommend.
Kind of makes me wonder what I'd put in there.
What are we putting? What? What? What are we putting in
In
what?
treasure chests. We put in box.
This dick.
This dude.
See what you did there.
It's my dick in the box.
This light.
Ooh,
It's
my
so
dick
warm.
in a box. Okay, Tara, you gotta stop being you, buddy. Hey, pal, listen.
Hey, it's time for important lore. Look where we are! Whoa!
Oh. And this is where we beat whatever the fuck.
Submit!
This is where we found the seagull egg and the mushrooms
Yeah.
and
The
fish.
fish in the fresh water.
Star-shaped fruit.
That was a lifetime ago. My god.
Alright, Waka, come on out.
Boss
Toddler
fight with
Walker comes
Waka.
out. Take this!
It's really easy, but then you have to fight Dark Waka as his
Oh,
second
shit.
form, and it's it's a whole problem.
Aqua. Ven.
Has to embrace the power of the Albed.
Looks like all the things that once held us together just push us further away. And now the light has led me here.
I don't think it's the light that's led you here, buddy.
Look how light it is, though. What do you mean?
Oh, there it is. It's a little bit lighter now.
Waka embraces the power of the machines, the Albert light, and just gets a fucking gun instead of throw a football at you.
He's now known as Daka.
Oh, look, it's these idiot children.
It's baby Shura and baby Raikou.
Push him in the water.
It'll be really funny.
Yeah.
Was I guided here in order to meet that boy?
Back when Riku wasn't a piece of shit.
Debatable.
He was just a little asshole.
5, Kish.
5-year-olds can be
They're
assholes.
always plotting something.
It's true.
Come on. You call that running?
Maybe Sora was the asshole as a kid. Maybe that's why Riku was a fucking asshole.
His mom kept telling him, you have to hang out with the neighbor child. But Mom, he's weird. He's mean to me. Makes me run everywhere.
Talks about darkness
He has
all
those
the time.
freakish long feet.
Did you come from the outside world?
Why would you say that?
Because nobody lives out here. And I know you're not from the main island.
Smart kid.
Sora's over there
So how
already
about you?
out of breath.
Oh, God.
My friend's dad took
Just
us
falls
out
flat into the water.
They won't let us row out here by ourselves. Not till we get older.
And yet...
Must be hard, huh? Stuck in one place.
A reminder that Sora and Riku have parents who are worried about them.
I mean, how worried could they be, you know?
Yeah, probably got over it by now. It's been ages.
Is that a Norded boy? God, Riku, you're so fucking edgy. Get out of here,
So how did you
goddamn
get here anyway?
dweeb.
Tron bike.
Some reason you're interested in
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I want to be strong one day.
The fuck does that have to
That
do with
kid
leaving
left.
here? Oh.
He went to the outside world. I bet he's really strong now. I know it's out there somewhere. The strength that I need.
Strength for what?
Ron.
To protect the things that matter.
Not Tron.
You know, like my friends.
It all comes back to Tron.
Yeah, absolutely. Circle of life.
Outside this tiny world is a much bigger one.
Hey kid, your world. Tiny, pathetic, itty bitty.
Aw, shit.
In your hand, take this key.
Tara, you need
So long
that.
as you have the
Yeah, what the fuck are
and
you
through the simple
doing?
act of taking, its wielder you shall one day be, and
What?
you will find me, friend. No ocean will contain you then.
Riku, don't trust him. He's a weird old man on your island all of a sudden. You need to go find an adult. Don't take the weird key from the weird man. Oh my
Tara,
God.
did you just give phenomenal magic power to a 5-year-old?
Yes, I did. And that's why he has the Keyblade powers in the later games.
Otherwise, all the magic will wear off.
Tara made him a Keyblade master.
Which is why also Riku is more easily persuaded by the darkness, because it was Terra who gave him his power.
You know. No, what? Why won't you tell me? Who
No, 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 don't act like that makes sense. None of that makes sense. That's all a bunch of bullshit.
I can't.
Just,
I mean, it is the most
It was
coherent
passing by on
thing.
his Tron bike. He saw this tiny baby and was
Yeah.
like, "Man, I could fuck some shit up if I gave them magic powers."
Protect the things that matter.
So he swooped on down.
Right. My friends matter to me too.
To be fair, that is the
So,
most
I
cohesive
still
thing
have
in all
things
of
that
the
I have
Kingdom
to
Hearts
protect.
lore that I know. But
Tara,
I
just out here
still
causing
crack as
problems.
shit.
It all makes sense. Everything bad that happened
Yeah.
is because Terra fucked up.
That light. Is it Ben?
Did we get high jump for beating the freaking Peter Pan world?
I don't know, but I know that Leonard Nimoy is calling me.
Xehanort. You're also kind of near the end of the game.
Shit.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, we got the Monopoly board for Neverland.
Yeah, look at that.
Yay, my favorite.
But yeah, if we got high jump, we're able to get the Arsolum ability.
Is that gonna be in action
The
games?
actions, yes.
You need to make that into a community challenge where you just have a stream just playing the Monopoly game.
No. No, I don't hate myself that much.
Don't stream a hover. Oh.
Yeah. So
Let's
that's
see
a
when
problem.
Where you get it.
Do we have to play the
It's
Monopoly?
in the Lilo and Stitch level. It's in the jail cells right at the beginning of the world.
It's not too bad. You just... What does confetti do?
I don't know, but it said I might be glad if I did, and I'm scared.
I don't think it does anything. It just
Hey!
makes
Hell yeah.
Yay! Is he gone now? Did you run out of confetti? Oh no, it's still there.
Yeah!
Perfect.
That's my one shot to final
Hey.
boss.
Can you imagine though?
The secret pacifist ending is you just keep using confetti and nothing else.
He gets over the whole darkness thing because he just really likes the confetti.
So I'm trying to figure out what to put on next.
We can make stuff now as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like all the things.
Let's get rid of Stun Edge because we hate it actually. Collision.
Collision magnet. That sounds good.
Yeah, I think it pulls them all in and then you blast them.
You suck them and then you blast them.
Yeah.
Not the suck and blast.
The old suck and blast.
The old suck and blast technique. Attack haste. That's actually really good. Attack haste is so good.
That's one of the ones that means the cooldown faster, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great.
Getting the magic one for cure is also really good. You can make thingy now, I think. Dark haze.
What do I need for that? I've already forgotten. I'm sorry.
Fire dash were one of them, right? Unless I'm...
Fire dash and yes, something.
Fire dash and
and
something.
zero gravera.
Yeah. Hey.
Nice.
Oh, not meld. I wanted to equip before I forget because I will. Get back here, I guess.
Strike trade, my favorite.
Kayshurr's favorite. Oh, hey, you actually do. Oh, yeah, we also got the new Keyblade, and it's actually like really, really good because it gives you so much strength.
Right. I always forget to change them when we first get them.
I also forget that there are even things for most of the game.
Yeah. No. Oh.
Yeah, it's a dash ability.
Yeah. Well, now we know.
Not great when he flies, but you know. Wow, that was fucking rude.
Here.
Ow!
Excuse you.
Could Magnet collide him? I don't know what.
Oh, that could be fun. Hold on.
Yeah. Unless it's ass.
Whoa!
Oh, it's really long.
Yeah.
Could do with some iframes. Fine, we wanted that to get something else, right?
Yeah.
Probably. There's probably a plan at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we want some good skills because we're about to fight probably one of the hardest bosses in the story soon.
Great. Perfect. I love that.
Don't worry, in Terra's it's probably the first or second hardest one.
You fight the jellyfish that splits a million times and break at the same time.
Yeah.
I would cry.
We should use confetti.
Love confetti.
That was very nice. Okay, anything else? I know I'm poisoned and I hate it.
That's fine.
Come back. You have to come back. You have
Should
to
have
come
jumped
back.
on that instead of using Kira.
No.
Now you have to go uplift.
No. Wait!
I got bamboozled.
Oh.
No.
That was so rude. That was so rude. Come back.
This is not the first time Terror has been rused.
It will not be the last time
It
either.
stings.
I can't believe that happened.
Oh wait, there's another one there.
Hmm.
Where does this go? Well, that's not what I
Not
wanted.
high jump. Nice.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, a lot of these just don't have anything in.
No. Oh, nice! Nice! What a platforming
Listen.
god!
Fine.
No!
Oh my god!
Platforming.
No.
Oh no, no.
I keep getting the button wrong. The jump button wrong.
Are you sure it's mapped right, Cash?
Yeah, it is. I just keep
But
hitting
I'll
X
map
is
to the
the
same button.
issue. Listen, I'm just an idiot.
No! This is the saddest day.
Is there another lift, or do we just have to
No.
wait for that
You
one?
have to wait for
One
that.
there and there's one there, but I can't. It's fine. It's fine.
Bad lift.
It's fucking fine.
I like that the ability to jump high is just in a treasure chest somewhere.
That's really
in
high
this
up as
stupid
well.
room.
High jump!
Hey!
Nice.
High jump!
Yeah, you jump. You on our future.
High jump!
Oh, it's flippy and
so
weird.
good. But yeah, it is a bit weird with the flippy.
High jump!
Why you do a backflip and then just levitate out of it? That's the power of the Keyblade.
Yeah!
My flips are my power.
I don't know why they never let Terra be a Keyblade master. He's got all the right stuff, if you ask me.
He's got some.
Okay, you know what? I don't care. Get me out of
Yeah,
here.
we got high jump, this is fine.
Jump up.
Now we can go get the move from Peter Pan.
Yeah. With those two skills, you will stand slightly more of a chance.
Okay,
it's by the
first
Skull
try, it's
Rock.
gonna be easy. Oh, sorry about coughing, man. He's going.
Always doing something.
Mostly coughing.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh, you can't go in here.
What?
Hey, this is my humble abode. Get the fuck out.
No, I wanted a Dewey sticker.
Hey, that's mine. You can't just take a child's shit.
Can't believe you stole that poor child's mega magic recipe.
That's how I make my weed brownies, god dang.
So I haven't saved in a bit, I'm realizing. Maybe I should probably do that.
Secret weed brownie recipe. You make a brownie, but it has weed in it. End of recipe.
Listen, you gotta do it right, otherwise you burn the weed. And then what good is it?
It probably just tastes horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want brownies now. I haven't had a brownie in ages.
I almost bought some brownie mix, and I kind of regret not doing it now.
Well, you having cake, right?
Yeah, well, it's the thing, I was like, I have...
Did you have to pick between them?
No! Listen, I'm making myself a cake for Sunday, but I was like, I have a cake pan now. I have bought myself a single cake pan, because I don't have any baking supplies anymore, which is tragic and horrible, and I hate it.
Yeah.
But I was like, imagine all the things that I could make with just a single cake pan! And so I was considering getting brownies. I was like, maybe next time. And now I'm just like, no, I regret every choice I've ever made in my life. Hey.
You're kind of getting jumped right now?
Hey!
Oh, let's go.
Get away from me, all of you.
Were you telling me this story about you watching Great British Bake Off and just getting mad as hell at everyone for making cake wrong, and then you just picked everyone in the group cake?
Yeah.
Like
so
angry spite cake.
Hell yeah.
It was
some angry spike cake.
So it started out that we were watching the Great British Bake Off, and I was watching some of the way that the people were doing it. What is happening here?
You're being shot at by a cannon.
Where?
Captain Hook's in the water, I think, shooting at you. But you can't do anything about it, but he just shoots at you the whole time.
Fuck! Oh my god. But yeah, and I like got really mad because the way that some of the people were like baking was just incorrect. Like I think somebody was trying to make a meringue, and I see the fuckhead. And they like cracked an egg and they got some of the yolk in the whites, and they're like, oh, it'll be fine if I just scoop it out, but it had like already broken, and your whites aren't gonna get stiff then. Anyway, and I just got unreasonably angry about it. I'm just gonna keep doing this, I guess. And somebody was like, well, like, could you do better? And I was like, absolutely I could. And so I started taking notes about like what they were baking. And then once a week for D&D, I started making Great British Bake Off stuff. So I made like Swiss rolls and
hell yeah,
very weird other little things that I can't remember at this point, and they were great.
Lion bread.
Pretty much.
Bread shaped like a lion.
More or less. Yeah, I just made like some crazy weird shit. I refuse to do a baked Alaskan because I don't hate myself that much. It's like
also because of your anger over baked Alaska get.
Yeah, definitely. Baked Alaska is like it's like a meringue cake with ice cream on the inside, and it's horrible, and A, I don't even think they're that good, and B, that's so much nonsense work for something not worth it.
Seems a lot.
So.
I was gonna say, like, the Swiss roll seems a lot, but this is a whole nother level.
Yeah, Swiss roll is mostly just making sure that you know when to fold up your cake so that it, you know, is nice and tight. Tight. you gotta pre-roll it and roll it out into a cloth so that you get a nice little roll. Stop, so it doesn't break. Stop! Go
Stop it! Stop it!
I couldn't get out of the corner.
Just angry monkey headbanging at you.
Oh, what?
Oh, cool. Good job, Tara.
I don't know what happened, but it's fine.
Yo, you ever
I
bake any
guess.
banana bread?
Banana bread's easy peasy stuff. I do love me some banana bread. I just hate having to keep bananas around for that long.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I don't do banana bread more often, but I do love it. It was very good. I like baking and I miss doing it. Slowly but surely I will replace all of the baking supplies. What happened?
I just disappeared from the call. I misclicked.
Oh.
It's fine.
Yo, we got a long combo now with those 2 combo pluses.
Yeah! But how do I get that?
We tried getting high jump 2.
Yeah, I think
double
you just have to
jump.
level it up.
Double
get
high
that.
jump.
Gotta get that quadruple jump. I see,
I was
I
gonna
understand.
say, can you get quadruple?
I think Aqua gets a double jump.
She fucking
You just gotta switch to Aqua.
Aqua's kind of the shit.
Oh, she just don't get all the, like, physical ones that go on forever and give you iframes.
Yeah, she doesn't have that.
Yeah, like
but she also
Azak
can
and
like,
right?
cast like two giant flare attack, like 2 fire agas, 2 blizzards, like 2 blizzagas, which is kind of good. Or it's like free. She goes like bang 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 and shoots like free aga spells.
I guess you don't need the iframe moves as bad when your dodge has iframes on it.
Yeah.
When you have 100% uptime of dodge.
Yeah, just mash dodge. Do funny little cat wheels everywhere.
Where I don't understand where the exit is.
There needs to be a follow-up where you can play as all 3 at the same time, but you just switch between the characters as you're playing.
That'd be pretty cool. That's what I wanted for Kingdom Hearts free, but it didn't happen.
I don't know where I'm going. I know I'm supposed to go to Skull Island. I understand that. But I don't know how to get there.
Should put that on the list
go-
of things we want for Kingdom Hearts 4 with the Kaz level. where Sora is half cat, half human.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And he's a horrible abomination.
Yeah, I think we go back to where you were getting shot by the cannons the first time, where you couldn't find him, and then you go into the middle bit, and then you go off to the side, I think.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were lost, so they were just exploring.
I mean, kind of, but also no. Absolutely not.
Are you just
Fuck.
loving your time with Terra?
No. Not even once. Jump!
Oh no, it's the invulnerable lads.
No.
Ah! Where you go?
Yeah, I mean, it killed them. If you get Sonic Blade and combine Dark Haze with Sonic Blade, you can do that, but then like mash it like 8 times, and it's pretty great.
Oh.
Kill some of them. They're indestructible, Kesh. They have that.
No.
It's over. They have the high ground.
No.
Oh no, please.
It's fine. He's dead. I have done a murder on this day.
He's dead.
Sora's a big key with eyes and a mouth in the Kaz universe.
Ucky.
What kind of car is most key-like? I was thinking just like... Same as in the Atlantica world where the bottom half of him is fish. He's just top half man and bottom half cat.
Centaur car.
Yeah.
Centaur.
Just like. Oh.
No.
Kia Blade Master, I understand.
No.
Oh no.
Unacceptable. Oh my god.
You want some wall? Yeah, how'd you like that?
The wall, I didn't even want some.
Oh, jeez. Woo! No, leave me alone. That's a
Treasure.
wait. No, that's gonna be a boy.
That's a mimic.
Yeah.
We fell for that. That's the guy that we got eaten by.
Yeah. Fine. Wait. Ah!
Fire Aga, that's kind of good.
Ooh, nice.
Fire Aga's good because it makes them also just go up in the air when you shoot them with it.
I wasn't sure if it was good or if it was just a thing that had good smashing potential, but either way.
Both, I think.
Nice.
2. Oh, that's a.
Yeah.
And I'm
Scares.
convincing. They always hide as the big chest. I already have the map. There's not going to be that many big chests.
Oh.
But like, at least Terra has the foresight to know it because he doesn't do his big dramatic like wind-up hit for those chests. So he knows it's a mimic.
Ah!
This is fine.
Yeah.
I'm mostly scared about falling off.
Yeah. Geo Impact? Is that what we're after? I can't remember.
That's another move that's pretty good. I think that's another unique move for Terra. Oh, fuck. You're gonna fucking drown, Mr. Mimic.
Kara. Kara, please. Kara.
Oh, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. We're good.
What do you mean we love Terra here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing all the fighting. I have to level things up, you see. Here's the thing. Speaking of, do I have... No, leave me alone. Get out of here. Get rid of Strike Ray.
We got Geo Impact. Uses 2 slots.
Oh,
What
big.
the fuck?
Yeah, because it's big. He's a big move. Same thing of our Solum as well. It costs 2 slots to use. But I think Geo Impact is really good for killing baby enemies. Like lots of enemies.
Yeah.
We don't kill children.
We're
The blowing up
You
infants.
said enemies after I was like, whoa. Where's this going?
We are not endorsing child murder here. Unless, no, absolutely not.
Unless it's the unversed kind.
Unless it's, yeah.
Unless they fall into darkness.
They must be smothered.
Listen, if it's a dark baby, I'm not holding back. The baby has to be stopped.
But yeah,
No,
you can go to it
no.
from outside. we don't have to fight.
No, you.
We don't have to fight.
No.
We can Geo Impact them though.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right in spot.
Wait,
That's
did
a
he
pretty
just
good
fucking
damage.
die?
Yeah, I don't think you got time to duplicate. You just murdered him.
They need time to do that? They don't just do that?
Apparently not.
Okay, where am I going for the thing?
Just there, down there. Yeah, there should be like a little. I think you can jump up to it, like a tiny little ledge that you can get up to.
Okay. Well, we'll do that in a minute. I have to do
he's
some
cursed.
first.
He was cursed to stop and just slowly had to watch himself as he died.
Please. Tara! you have difficulties with, like, directions. But...
Now you have difficulties
I
with
know
all.
you...
100% difficulties.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Hey. No! Do you? Well, do ya?
Answer the question.
And then I believe it's the one on the other end of the thing. You have to do like a big high jump double dash to get over there.
I'm scared. I hear jellyfish and I'm scared.
You got this. Now then for confidence.
Ah! Tara!
Terrible.
Oh, fuck!
I leave! Don't even touch the ground, I just leave! And I will get some experience while we're here.
Yes.
Why not?
Yeah. Because the game doesn't give you enough to get through the story.
Facts. Okay. Alright, listen here. Listen up, bucko! No.
I think that might be a mimic. There's a chance.
I'll do it the first time, but not again. Oh,
Wait.
Nice. There it is.
It's the thing.
Ah!
He's a big move.
He's big move. Wizard, I just put you in here. You can leave. Then... By Fire Strike.
It took off Kira.
Why the fuck?
I knew it was gonna, but
Why?
I also was like, it's gonna.
Why would it do that?
It shouldn't, but it will. But it shouldn't. But it's gonna. It's
Also,
already
can
happened.
I make Kira bigger? Can I not? Because
We need
it's...
2 cures, I think.
Okay, fine.
Oh,
Hey,
golden jam and
golden
dancing
jam.
lemons.
Wow.
Oh yeah, these are the guys I got the nutty nuts from last time.
Yeah. What's the one critical nuts?
The nourishing nut.
Critical nut is still my favorite. Whee! I leave. Always. You'll never be free from the nut madness. Oops, all nut here. Do with that what you will.
Only nuts.
Only nut. And actually, I do want to go back so that I can go to the cove? Because there's a shop there?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
this is
have
where
a
we
yeah.
were.
If you can buy Sonic Blade, and that's great because Sonic Blade's quite annoying to make.
Yeah. Gully. Which is not as fun to
Gully.
say as Gulch. What am I looking for? I've already forgotten.
Sonic Blade.
Right.
Nutty nuts.
Nutty nuts. I have
I
nutty
can-
nuts.
We have aerial slam.
No.
We
They
have
have a Kira here? They have a Kiraga!
Woo.
Kinda nice.
Big Kia.
Big! And actually, I am gonna get a Kira as well, so that I can level that up, and then probably get Kiraga from the Kiras, and then smash the Kiragas together?
Kiragaga.
Kragaga!
I'm out of power.
Kiragaga. just keeps going forever until the name goes over the screen and you just keep putting them together.
Here goes Stitch silence again.
We love to hear it. Okay. We save. Also, how are we on time? Okay, it's only been 2.5 hours. Only.
How are you on Kingdom Hearts Madness? Do you feel like you can keep going?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, you're near the end. You can get a free Sonic Blade, I just read, by going to the Hercules area, apparently. And you have to do like a mini game thing with breaking pots, and then you get it for free if you do it.
We do get to go to a vestibule, though.
Oh yeah.
Not the pot.
You can also do the Lilo and Stitch Monopoly if you want, and have a 50% chance to.
No.
If anything would stop the stream, it would be that.
Yeah, that would be it. I'm sorry, I was about to call him Roxas. I'm not that.
Whoa.
Sorry, completely different people.
Do you want the Kingdom Hearts community down your throat?
Listen, it's happened before. Never again.
That guy was like.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, you have to be careful. You can, like, break these things.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, you have to get the, like, roly-poly barrel things. That's, like, your ultimate thing, and then you ride them around and break stuff instantly.
Please.
It's awful. You have to, like, actually land on it. You have to jump on it.
Oh, that's stupid!
Yeah.
Where are you aiming? What
You
happened?
knocked your shit out!
That's not allowed!
It's very close.
Oh yeah.
I'll go either way.
Just keep it up. 20 more seconds.
Just hang on, Stitch.
Remember, overconfidence is a slow and insidious kill.
No! There it is.
What the
Terra,
fuck?
you motherfucker,
You got hit
please.
by the bomb so it stuns you. That's fucking stupid.
Well, fuck him, I won.
Oh, okay. I was
This is
worried
where
you
his
got
spirit
enough on that
balance
last
comes
punch, but you had a few.
Oh.
There you go, you got Sonic
Hey!
Blade. Easy!
Hey, never again!
Now, if you
Never
want to quickly
again.
go level that up, and then we can make the super thing, we can do that. I think it also costs 2, because it's also pretty good. No, it doesn't. I think the other one does.
Okay. Alright.
Maybe. I don't know.
Sorry, my brain just completely shut down for a second.
This isn't the world map.
Kayshurrr.exe has crashed. Rebooting. I mean, that was probably the best place
Probably
to do it,
Neverland,
isn't it?
yeah. Yeah, by the gully, I think there's like, in one of the areas, I'll be able to direct you, I think. I think it's the middle one. The middle location on the mini-map. The one to your right. Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent spot.
What the fuck is
And
this?
you walk up there and then you just kill a bunch of dudes.
Okay. Also, thank you for the hydrate.
They might not show up in Terra's world. They might just be someone else's.
No,
Oh, there we go.
We asked Solem anyone yet?
No.
No.
What does that look like? Just want to see it.
I think
Gotta
you
find
mash
someone we
triangle
hit
when
a
you do
lot.
it as well.
The poor plant! The poor little
dead.
guy!
Another mash triangle. You have a lot of mash triangles now.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's time to beat some ass, though.
At least they're all mashed the same button.
Yeah.
I can see a universe where we remember that.
Never
Oh,
happened.
he's trying to run away for his life.
Again, are we the baddies?
Might be.
That did some good damage.
Jesus.
Also, is
Like,
that,
when I
is
was
that-
saying it's good, it's good.
You're done! A new terror yell?
I think
Just
so.
for that. Oh no, he just did it for critical impact.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Never mind. We just haven't acknowledged it yet because we had to say goodbye.
Anyone
You
else?
want some?
Buddy?
Oh. Yeah, it's great when you get like 2 or 3 of them in your command deck and you can just spam our Solums.
Yeah.
And you're invulnerable, fully invulnerable during the animation, right?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Which is
yeah.
very important in some of the boss fights.
Yeah. Take them back.
You have 2 of them, you can whip one out solo to dodge the enemy's big move. And then use the other one to hit them.
Okay, she's learning the art of mashing through all of your command deck to do all of the damage.
Listen, it just takes me a bit to get used to systems, but once I have it, it's great. It just, the learning curve is
You've
very
spent-
severe.
You spent this long thinking, there must be something to this other than just mashing all the attacks.
No.
And now you've realized, at last, there is not.
I was a
Yeah, dude, at
fool.
the end of a combo as well, that was some good tech. You keep the combo going, it's so good. He's so dead.
Here.
Man, I freaking love our Solum though, it's so good.
They're
It's
not coming
very
over here, I
good.
don't think they want some.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's
Bamboozle
fine.
yourself there, Tara.
Where'd they go?
Big
Where'd they
gay.
go?
Oh,
Okay, well, you know what?
no, he's just a little guy.
Oh,
no. I love it, even if you can miss the first bit, it still hits the guy behind him and kills the guy behind them, even though he was in the middle half of the combo.
Yeah.
Feels like a little bit of the bullshit the enemies have been using, just that we
Yeah.
can have. It's lovely.
Oh
I was
yeah, we
gonna
also
say, like-
got the Keyblade you can put on.
Oh, yeah.
You'll do even more damage now.
It's like, I don't necessarily mind enemies that can do bullshit moves, as long as I also have bullshit moves that can, like, deal with
bullshit
it.
them.
And
As long
thus
as we have
far-
counterplay against the bullshit move.
Yeah! But thus far we hadn't, and now we haven't, so it's like, oh, okay, actually this is kind of fun. I hate that it's taken us like 6 hours to get into that, though.
I mean, there was a 5% chance you could get it early.
that's nothing.
Not rolling bombs. You just didn't believe enough.
Listen, I know the bones. I played tabletop games. They are cruel and will make you suffer.
If we can get some more attack hastes though, we can spam our Solum over and over and over again.
That would be pretty lovely. Oh, excuse
I
me.
mean, there's ways to guarantee get those abilities. Because it's like when you craft certain abilities, it depends on the item you use with that ability, is what makes the skill. Oh god, no. It's like, no, please! Please! Don't fucking kill! One kill! Shelter! Oh my god!
Tara, why? There was
Tara the
nothing
dust.
there.
They don't exist anymore, Tara.
It was Maleficent.
Sonic Sonic Blade and... Oh, wait, hold on. I can meld my Kira's now. Probably, if I can fucking find them.
We're gonna get Kiraga Gaga Gaga.
Kiraja.
Why did they go to Kiraja? It should be longer than Kiraga, at least. It should have more letters.
Because it's just the Kiras. Once we get the Kiraga and the Kiraga together, then it'll be Kiraga Gaga.
Turns
And
into
that'll
the
be
Gagagas
exciting.
from Yu-Gi-Oh! My Gagaga Dark Magician, and I'll summon my Gaga Golem. Whatever.
It's time to.
And it's Dark Haze and Sonic Blade to make the.
Oh, but
the
Sonic
super
Blade's not max
dark
level
version.
yet.
Yeah, we gotta get it to max.
That's fine.
Sad.
We can just level up some stuff,
Listen.
and then we
keep
never
doing
get rid of
this.
our Solum.
Yeah, no, that stays. Here's the thing. It stays.
The Solum stays on during the
So we're keeping the glove and the Solomon now? Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
Will it also be stinky?
If you want the stank to go away, I gotta have the Solum on. It's the rule.
Oh, I didn't mean to turn that way. That poor little guy.
He went on a little adventure.
Oh,
he didn't know once.
Yeah, he said no.
Oh, he just slapped you on the face.
That was
You want some?
horrible.
Just that moment of just complete indignation from Terra before unleashing his super move of the tiny child in front of him.
He just gets kicked in the shit and falls over.
Let's go.
You're kind of strong now.
It's very nice.
Remember when you didn't do any damage to these guys?
Yeah. It was almost like it was an hour ago that happened.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Look, I can do that too! No.
Yours is way better.
Well. Can you lock on, maybe? Yay! Okay,
Now we
be
can
done.
do the thing.
There's nothing here!
He was just waiting. You can do it now. It's blue.
Alright. No, meld.
I'm seeing who wants some.
Dark Haze?
Oh, it goes to level 5. Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, it goes to level 5.
Nope. Still
Dark
do
Haze
it.
does?
No,
Sonic Blade.
Oh! Why did I think I was using
It's
Dark
a
Haze?
big move.
Oh my god, it's fine. Like 1 or 2 more of these and then we'll be there.
It's gonna go level 6 and then 7 and then
I
8.
would cry.
I mean, if you're happy with Sonic Blade, you can still just use that and still be just as fine.
No, not happy with Sonic Blade.
We do also get a dark form, like, super mode, and we have to use dark skills to get it, so Dark Haze and stuff will be really good for that.
Nice.
I think we should not be using the power of darkness.
What do you mean? Darkness is our
Aqua has
friend!
logged on.
But it's
Hey guys,
good.
should we maybe not use the power of darkness?
It's the only way Terra does damage. The game forces us to use the power of darkness. Oh, look at these
Yeah.
easy critical impacts we get now. It's so easy.
This is an easy game for babies.
And if you can save your Ars Solum for when you're in this mode, it does even more damage.
Whoa! Sorry, everything was shaking and I was
Great.
scared.
We've also leveled it up, so it's gonna do even more damage.
Oh
it's
my
just
god!
dude!
Poor baby.
Dead.
Oh, it's very good. Can I do it now?
Not quite. Nearly. One more room. One more of that room should do it.
Wait,
It's the last
where
one.
am
Last one.
Where are my Kiragas at? Just out of curiosity.
Where are my single Kiragas at?
This one's for my Kiragas. Whoa! That horrible noise.
What is? Ah, this seems like a puzzle I don't care about. Want nothing to do with.
Yeah, I don't know.
A fun trampoline puzzle. Do you just get them all facing you? Because that seems reasonable. No?
You only have one setting for height that you can go up though.
This is true. And we can't lock onto the top one because it doesn't want to.
Lock-on doesn't exist in this game.
Okay, well, I don't care.
Yeah.
Fair. Fair response.
I thought maybe if it was just an easy thing, I would do it, but no. No.
Excuse me?
Okay.
So you had to exterminate all of them. You genocided the local helpless population.
Imagine the game is just like, no, I'm sorry, you killed too many.
And none appeared. Oh, okay.
That's all I know about the
You're affecting the timelines, Terra. I can't have you do this.
Sonic Blade level 5!
Let's go!
Hey. Let's go. Listen.
Dang, I don't know how you go into the mode. You should have the cool mode. Hold on. Let me see what it is.
You have to unlock it with some dumb bullshit. Is it in a chest in the Lilo and Stitch universe?
No, it's it's like the Rock Breaker mode. But like it's like Sword Master, I think, or something, and you get like a giant sword in this state, and it's kind of good.
Oh.
Sonic Blade.
Right, Dark Haze?
And
I think
Dark
it was Dark
Haze.
Haze. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Mystery move.
Wow, I wonder what it could be.
Could be anything.
Chaos Blade. Chaos.
Kira's not there yet. That's fine. Hey, Blizzard, you wanna become bigger, Blizzard, for no reason at all? Just because I have too many stupid moves around here?
Bigzard.
Blizzard.
HP Prize Plus. Kind of dog shit.
Yeah. What do you do?
Oh. Magnet spiral? No idea what that is.
Me neither.
Is
Chaos Blade big?
Use magnetic force to
think
pull in
it's
surrounding
one
enemies and
slot.
punish them all at once with a single spin!
That might have been the move I was thinking of.
That's the one with the
We have Chaos Blade.
suck and blast.
Put the Chaos Blade on.
No, I will, but I want to see what Magnet Spiral does.
Chaos Blade.
No.
Chaos Spiral. Magnet Blade.
Fucking magnets, how do they work? It's
That
even
is
longer. There's a way
super
better version
ass.
that's just an AoE around you.
Yeah, but I didn't take any damage during that, I don't think.
I don't think they were just attacking you.
Oh. Thought the guy behind me was.
They were just kind of waggling.
Alright. Well, that's fine. We don't care.
They were
about
trying
it.
to surrender. You just done a war crime, actually.
I don't know what surrender means.
Should also put just good skills on because they're about to fight a
Oh,
boss.
it's large.
You could maybe get rid of Geo Impact for it.
But I like Geo Impact.
No, but bosses don't particularly care about Geo Impact, I think.
Oh. Oh.
You realize you're gonna be fighting a boss and be spinning around in a circle for 10 minutes
Yeah.
while he beats your ass.
Yeah, I don't want that. Here's the thing. It doesn't
Want
sound
some?
What do the weird things that we got? What does Whip Dream and Nutty Nut do?
You use it.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
You
what
use
do
it
we do?
in the mini game stuff? I think.
It's an ingredient. Cool.
Yeah, it's in the Disney World thing. I don't remember that much. It sucks ass.
Okay, that's fine. Get Peter Pan
Peter,
out of here.
Get
Fuck
the
this
fuck
guy.
out. Can I make it so that Stitch shows up before Zack? Hey, you know what? Actually, Zack, eat shit.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Blade Charge.
Oh, I remember that.
In Command Style's Blade Charge. It's a second level thing. You have to use fire or blizzard commands or strike attacks. I see.
Okay.
See, once you're in like your first stage one, any of the 1-star ones, if you do any commands like those, you'll become Blade mode.
Ooh. Oh.
How do we go into
Time to
key
scroll
mode,
for
though?
these.
Where we lose the blade part of the keyblade and just have a key.
That's for Ventus's storyline, probably. We'll get into the Kai Blade eventually.
Not the Kai blade.
The Kai Blade.
It's a completely different thing.
Does he
than a
not give us a
Keyblade, but
speech
it's
about
pronounced the
Yeah.
Keyblade. No, I think it's only in Ventus's. We might talk about it actually. I don't know. Fireworks! Yay! Just cover him up. Just no one should look at this boy.
Do not look at this bad lad.
So bad, He's so bad. So bad.
Look at all the commands we have.
What's making you lose your mind fastest? Is it the actual game or the menu? Just the word new appearing on random things at random points?
It's hard to say. I think it's equal parts at this point.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Just kind of like,
Yeah.
hey, I don't think you've forgotten to look at this thing in Jiminy's journal.
Hey, we
Now,
spent a
Gam,
lot of time
I don't-
making this thing. Do you wanna look
I
at
didn't
it?
forget.
No, I think you forgot. You should go look at it.
Enjoy the funny spinning now, because it's no fun from here on out.
Yeah, it's really not.
Where do I go?
To
The Sandland.
Yeah, up. Yeah.
Sandland.
Sandland.
Badlands,
The Badlands.
sorry.
Wait, no. You
We
said
got to
Sandland, and I
Badlands.
knew exactly what you meant, though. So if you said Badlands, I wouldn't have understood. Genuinely, would not have known where that was. So.
Sandland.
Sandland. Hi,
You did
sweet,
so good, my
lovely
child.
uncle.
You wish to see me?
Hey, I know you called me like an hour ago, but, I was doing stuff.
I had to get a thing to kick your ass. Sorry about that.
I just saw him. He passed right in front of me.
Hey, I need more water.
I thought, honestly, Kayshurr's about to pause it and go, I don't give a shit. And then skip the cutscene.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna have it won't be when Leonard were talking.
I was gonna say, like, after we watched Peter Pan, but not this. I should take my jumper off because it's getting hot in here.
I snuck off and got some water real quick too.
Whoa! I still have water to consume.
I'm back in water now.
Good, so am I. Sorry, it's I've been very bad about hydrating recently. And so
You're
I'm trying to,
hydrated.
and so I'm like, anytime I get thirsty, I need to immediately drink water, which I've been doing, but I was gonna stop doing that if my glass wasn't full. It is now full, so.
Okay.
But yeah, I would never skip Leonard Nimoy.
The fury in his eyes. I'm certain he's capable of anything. I fear the boy may attempt to force the truth out of Ericus. Master Terra.
I wish his wiggly fucking dribbler hands.
Oh, Tara, you stink. Marvelous. I mean, oh, you gotta keep that in check.
Speaking of it being warm, it is a solid 20 degrees outside right now.
Jeez.
This is the hottest it's been, like, all month.
It's just been raining here all day, so typical England.
It was kind of sunny yesterday here.
Oh.
The sun, I saw the sun. It came out for a little while.
It did exist, at least for a time. Is this?
It did set on fire half of the populace of England, though, because everyone is very light-skinned.
It's okay, you can say y'all are white.
Turned into a pillar of salt in the middle of the road.
People think they're white, and then they go up to me like, I'm so pale. And I'm like, you don't understand the definition of pale. And then, like, they get up to me and like, holy shit, you're pale.
Is this where I'm going?
No.
We go back to the very beginning world, the tutorial world.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, or they weren't.
We're never gonna catch up to Ben at this rate.
Ben.
But you must exist no more.
Wow, okay.
Ben!
What?
Master! Have you gone mad?
Terra, I command you, step aside.
No!
No!
You will not lead your master.
I won't!
Why do all my attempts to reach you fail? If you don't have it in your heart to obey, then you will have to share Ventus's fate.
Oh, single tear!
I can't believe I have to destroy my himbo child.
Stop rolling on your goofy little eyes, Ventus.
Just get up and do something!
Human shield, let's go.
You may be my master, but I will not let you
Tara.
be my friend.
Tara, you've gone stinky.
Oh my god.
So smelly. That's actually why Ventus passed out.
Oh jeez.
He got close and got a whiff of that and was just like, oh! See, he woke up because he was no longer near the stink. I don't want to fight this man.
You gotta quell his anger.
He just looks tired and bored.
He's angry. Oh.
Yeah, this is your shadow form.
Oh yeah, this form's really good. It's really helping us out. Thanks
Welcome
for that,
to this
Gil.
fight. This is gonna be a fun one. But hey, it's fine. Retry is a second option.
Yeah. I don't understand why it's there.
I like that the moves weren't charged at the start of the boss fight the first time.
Right?
That's just cool. A cool little touch.
What the
I
fuck?
don't have iframes for it.
He keeps doing it, but he's not invulnerable, huh?
Oh no.
Yeah. You gotta respect him in this fight. This is like I said, one if not the hardest in Terra's story, but it's like the hardest, the second hardest.
I don't
But it
respect
kinda
him.
sucks.
I don't respect him.
He did not want. He did not want.
Oh my god!
I'm going, yeah!
He's a freaking Dynasty Warriors
Oh my
character.
god!
Yeah, you kind of have to block a lot of his shit in this fight.
Come here.
Slowly waddling up.
God.
Yeah! I've noticed a pattern in his attack.
He goes, ah!
Yeah, and then he stabs you. Hobbs.
God, such a shit dash. It's such a crap dodge.
Ow! Hey! Oh, that
It
move's
does
got
so
so
much
longer than
damage
his
now.
move.
Ah!
Yeah, I like to do the shot lock when he does that move.
Here's the thing, I'm very bad at figuring out when he does literally anything.
When he says, "Let the darkness die."
Right, and the other one's prepare yourself!
Yeah!
Try something now, Erica.
I know I didn't do it fast enough, and I have fucked up. It's fine.
It's all good. You're learning. Yeah, he's an
Son
idiot.
of a mic.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
He
got
just
combos,
brought
huh?
out the hands. He got combos.
That's
He's
a
got some confirmed.
blaster!
He's got a lot of combo pluses on.
Horrible.
When I was a kid, this fight sucked. I was like, this is so hard.
Are we gonna...
Yeah, it does last a while. It is unfortunately level 1,
Oh.
so it doesn't do too much. Oh,
Oh, he's letting the darkness die! Ah!
I
What's
hate
happening?
that it stops locking on randomly.
It's fine, you didn't even die.
nice.
Please stop doing your stupid charge moves, sir. Yeah! Never mind. They were better when he was doing the charge moves.
You wanna... Okay.
He'll
Well...
just take it. What a
Yeah.
Chad.
He's blocking him!
He also learned the hidden tech.
Oh!
Oh god.
When two
Yeah!
heroes clash.
Through your ass. I love when you go far away and you can just hear the yeah, yeah, getting closer. And... oh.
Let the darkness die.
And luckily it lasts for so long, it doesn't matter if you do it early.
Oh god. Oh god, I'm scared. Oh god, I'm scared.
So if you see him just doing a move that's not the blade one, you can just hit him with an R Solum and kick his ass.
Come here.
Let's go.
Nice! What a combo! It does give him massive stun if you land that though.
That was
So
insane.
good.
That took off so much health.
Oh yeah. Kay's beginning to believe.
Yeah! Eat shit, Arcus! We love involving through everything!
Yeah!
Yo, that was
Destroyed!
S rank.
Good freaking job!
Like
all those orbs.
Timing on those moves, yeah, that was real good. That was
that mine into R Solum was godly.
Yeah.
What have I done?
No, don't feel bad for him. He was going ah, ah constantly and was horrible. Tara, don't apologize.
No. I failed you, Tara. Perhaps I've no one to blame but myself for the darkness inside you.
You didn't
Kinda,
teach
you're
me how to
awful
wash my
dad.
hands.
I told you time and time again, use soap! You didn't tell me what to do with the soap, I didn't know what you meant!
Well, I killed my dad.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh no.
Mark Hamill was a Jedi.
It's like when Obi-Wan just vanishes into his robes.
Master Ericus.
It would be nice if there were just a call left. We really crying? The dude went,
cares?
yeah! And stabbed you like 40 times.
It's fine, our nice uncle is back.
Master Terra. The man was
Yeah.
bending an arm to your friend. There's always a
You were bloody wrong on that Master Ericus.
Yeah!
You know, at times I find your progress quite striking. But you still fall short.
His voice is so good.
Let
Yeah.
all the fire out, my boy. Give your heart over
10
to
out of 10
darkness.
evil old man.
Jump
It's
in the
such-
garbage bin.
The effort is such a contrast from Mark Hamill's. Like when you mentioned Mark Hamill, I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Mark Hamill's doing that voice. I didn't even like recognize.
It is very funny
Yeah.
listening to Ericus because like there are a couple of times where like it borders into Mark Hamill's Joker voice, and you're like, hey now. Mark Hamill's so good. Leonard Nimoy's so good.
Harley, I
Matt
mean,
Hamill's doing
Aqua-
fine, but Leonard Nimoy just upstages everyone. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And Tara is just reading off the script.
100%.
And this is where
That's
Tara's
why we
like,
know.
yo, maybe he's evil.
That's why we know Leonard Nimoy is, and we know Matt Hamill is, and we don't know who Tara's voice actor is. It's just Tara. I can't believe he was evil.
No way.
Oh, he was evil?
Yeah. He killed Master Ericus.
We only weakened him, we only softened him up.
Yeah, because he was afraid to fight him. But he let the small child kill him.
I mean, if the small child fails, small child dies. You know, no big loss there.
It's a win-win.
You're either down one Ericus or you're down one small child. It's fine either way.
Ven. Aqua.
I fucked up.
I may have goofed. Now
Hey,
that's a
pal.
slippery nut.
The Chaos Ripper, the Giga Keyblade.
Oh snap.
Did like the I won't let them hurt my friends, and then just into the Tron bike.
Right?
to the Tron Mobile.
Is. Oof.
10 strength. Double strength.
Oh, strong.
But your thunder won't do any damage if you put that on, though. What are you doing?
Listen, here's the thing. I hate to break it to you, buddy.
That thing that was doing 1 damage will do 1 damage. What do you mean?
2.1 damage. Naminate drew that background. You did a really good job. Don't be mean. Thank Naminate.
Look, it's Mickey Mouse. It's a little Easter egg. Easy.
I'm sorry, I can't get over how ass that looked.
What a beautiful view.
Oh my god.
It looked like he would just walked into a texture. Like he just walked into a painting.
I was afraid nothing had loaded in.
Paintings, I'd say more of like a crayon drawing.
Oh my god. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine.
Keyblade.
What?
We got one of those. Oh.
No, I'm sorry. That says Keyblade Graveyard.
Graveyard.
Backwards D, because it's Disney.
That makes no sense. I don't get it.
That tracks though for Kingdom Hearts.
I don't get it. Nope, nope.
You want some, Chad?
I was checking to see if it was a mimic. It was not.
Yeah, they'll sneak up on you. Little bastards.
I'm still in shock from that texture. That
it was bad. What
I
happens
remember
if
this
touch
screen.
these?
It's horrible. I think you fight men if you touch a tornado. I can't remember.
Whoa! I don't understand where they are in relation to me. Are they big? They're big.
They are big.
Okay, that's fine.
They live in a tornado. It's made them large.
They live in Pineapple Undersea.
I can't. The lock-on is actively working against me.
Oh yeah. Oh look, your Arsolum got stronger.
You can't even work out where they are on his own when he's auto-tagging.
I want to vomit so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should try and avoid touching the tornado.
Okay, well now we know. Listen.
Terra.
He wanted some. He said so. You can kill him in one combo.
Terra, you could just aim up. It fixed
They're
so
on a
many
different-
problems.
They're on a different plane of existence than I am.
Who knows where they are in this crazy world?
I am gonna be sick. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of
Hey,
bad.
let's never do that
Yeah,
again.
let's never do it again. We've experienced it the lot. Where the fuck?
It's just in the sky, it's fine.
You have to, I think, keep dashing, otherwise it will catch up to you.
Oh god.
Yeah, they follow you.
Oh,
Oh jeez,
bad tornado, bad.
it's happening again. It's fine, this is fine. We love this. We love this here. Big this fans. I need this heads in chat. It's impossible to hit any of the enemies.
They're. It's not good.
So this is not Ericus, Xehanot's big play.
If
It's gonna
they're
make it
not-
impossible to hit anything.
If they're slightly above Terra, you can't do nothing.
He's gonna lift all of the enemies up just a couple of inches.
Yeah.
Terra's speed runs has to be the longest ones of the three because you don't hit anything.
I'm actually gonna check. I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ventus is also, like, at least a good thing about Terra is that he does damage. Ventus, has the Keyblade backwards, so his reach is shorter.
Jesus.
And doesn't
He
damage
literally,
than Terra.
I remember that, like, literally, him holding the Keyblade wrong is a gameplay mechanic that just makes him worse.
Why?
Because he's such an idiot, he doesn't know which way around to hold the Keyblade.
Maybe I've been wrong saying that Terra's the idiot here.
Wind cutter,
No!
that's another move.
No!
Aqua's
It's
fast.
fine.
No, Terra's fastest.
What?
Then Aqua, then Ventus.
I imagine there's
Aqua
more
relies on her
story for
spells.
Ben.
Yeah, if you can't just spam dodge because you're on a timer, that's probably.
Yeah, Aqua doesn't do any physical damage at all. You have to basically spam your command list and get
Oh my
full the
God.
magic haste, otherwise you don't do anything with Aqua.
Oh damn.
So, you want to do all those tornadoes again? Oh, you can
nice.
start from here,
Oh!
that's nice.
Okay.
Just watching them fight Zark. They do a lot of damage. I think they have fire boost and a fire shot lock, and all of their moves do fire.
Actually, shot locks
That
are
sounds about
a good
right.
idea here. Oh, never mind.
And by all of their moves do fire, I mean all of their moves are fire surge.
Yep.
They just have about 40 of them.
That
Are the story playthroughs unique for each of these three, or?
yes.
Yeah, they all have totally different. They'll do.
Yeah, they
They
all
have
go
totally
to the
different
same
stuff to
worlds, but they
Okay.
go to different parts of the world, and they have unique like story stuff and
Alright,
unique D-links
nice.
and stuff like that.
Nice.
Terra's messing everything up. Aqua's fixing everything.
Fuck!
And Venus is just trying to make friends.
Yeah.
He's just sad. He's
Then he
just
gets
a sad
attacked by an old
boy.
man. Then he gets
And
attacked
also
by
by-
another old man.
Himself.
Oh my god.
How's that?
Game! Here's the
vision?
fucking thing! I can't do anything if I can't get to the enemies! This is stupid.
They're over there somewhere.
Yeah, trying to kick your ass.
We tried attacking the enemies.
Oh god, it's making me
It's
so
horrible.
disorientated. I
Yeah.
thought you were falling for the longest time,
Yeah,
but you were just
same.
standing.
Here's the thing. Same?
Why does it lock on for 1 second and then just give up? It tries.
Wiggle and it gets out of the lock-on range, I guess.
Even when I'm still standing next to them, they'll still just like unlock
Yeah,
it
they
so
just-
often. It's so stupid.
This is so bad.
Please, I don't want to be here anymore.
Just shoes, it's fine. We can
That
defeat
healing
shoes.
ball's gonna get it. Hey, at least Chaos Blade's level 5 now.
Yeah!
It'll actually do some damage, which will be helpful for the last, like, 2 fights Terra has now.
I think we have 2 more.
I don't know where he is in relation to me.
He's just over there. Look,
Yeah.
it's just over there.
Not anymore, he's just up there now.
Just up
question
there,
mark?
just
Or
floating
he's
in the
stepping
air.
on you. There we go.
Oh, jeez.
That was a lot.
So, your
We're
exit's
not
just
that
there.
far from. Yeah, I got
There are
this.
chests, but just don't give a shit and just go beat the game.
Okay, I have to pee again. Here's the thing. I have
Pre-P
to go-
before finale.
I have to go angry pee, so...
Do an angry pee.
I'll be
Furious
right back.
urination. Just sitting on the toilet. Ah! That's what I do in a public toilet, just to mask that I'm using a public toilet.
Just scream.
Yeah. I'm excited. At least we went on Master Ericus for as long as I thought we'd be. As soon as I saw us die in like 2 swords from
That
the
was
move, I was
very
like,
well
"Oh."
handled, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Kaysh dealt with that.
Yeah, the timings were magnificent.
Okay, she's mastering the use of shotlock and vulnerability frames, and it's great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would. The goddamn menus are almost reaching cataclysm levels of this is too much.
The menus are that bad. Honestly, you kind of get used to it. It's just that
All right.
everything feels like it's in different spots when it should be in the same spot, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, why does there need to be 10 menus?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you only end up using like 2 of them anyway. So there's a lot of pointless menu navigation.
Yeah.
It's just command deck and meld commands. That's all you need.
Right. Welcome back.
I'm pretty sure on at least one of the characters I forgot to equip a keyblade for like half the
my
game
God.
and just played through with like the when you get halfway.
It's hard because in like the items tab, there's like, you have to get like items on equipment or whatever just to put the keyblade on.
Yeah, and who gives a shit about if you could put potions on and then use potions so they take over your battle commands, and you can't level them up, so fuck them.
It's trash. Yeah, this is the time. Have the deck that you want to go kill the last bosses.
Yeah.
Which I think your setup is actually pretty much fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy with this. I just wanted to
Let's
double
go!
check before I committed to anything.
Welcome to the most important place in Kingdom Hearts, the Keyblade Graveyard. It's actually kind of cool.
Most important place in Kingdom Hearts, Sandland.
Bad land.
It's where they keep all of the sand.
What if I
The
told
one
you I was
texture.
almost willing to do the other 2 routes?
Well, we'll see if you still
Yeah.
feel that way after these boss
After the
fights.
bosses. To be fair, this is like, besides like the actual final story one with Aqua, these are probably the hardest ones at the final bosses.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I've just gotten used to the combat then.
Yeah!
Master was struck down.
I'm pretty sure with the final one with Aqua, I just got very used to iframing through everything. So, I got it like relatively quickly.
I was stupid and helped Xehanort do it.
Why are their edges
Master.
see-through?
He tried to hurt Ven.
Oh yeah.
I only fought
Like, I
That's
can
weird.
see Aqua's hair through her cheek.
but I
Yeah.
was tricked.
Oh, God.
Why
Xehanort set the whole thing
did
up.
this? It's not always been like this. We didn't know. The textures have just fallen off everything.
Yeah.
You were right, Aqua. And so was the Master. I did need to be watched. I went astray. But no more.
Maybe there's just no textures in the Badlands. Maybe that's part of what makes it bad.
What else?
There's too much sand and everyone gets a little bit see-through. That's so bad.
Xehanort is feeding the
Too much
demons
sand and it's
food.
coarse and annoying and gets everywhere.
You'll go astray again. Tell me.
They
how does
literally look
honor our
like the
master's memory, Terra?
Metal Gear Solid characters on the PS1.
Yeah. Is this when we meet? Is this when we get to meet the boy? Or do you only find out who he is at the end of the entire game?
Only at the end. You get to find out who the boy at the end of Ventus is.
Some kind
which is
of
what you should do.
Keyblade? Have you guys heard about anything like that?
Yeah, it's so
If they couldn't read
stupid.
the subtitles, they would have no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
I could just Keyblade? What? Never heard of it. What are you talking about?
It's so dumb. It's why do they pronounce it the Keyblade? It's so bad. It's the Keyblade. You just sound dumb.
It's possible that it's stupid. That could be.
There's the chance. The slight possibility.
The three of us can never be torn apart.
It's probably a thing of in the Japanese version they actually say Keyblade, but in English it's it's too complicated. That's the
Doesn't Leonard
texture.
say Keyblade?
I think he does.
I'm asking you, as a friend.
It's the only one who got the memo.
Just put an end to me.
Okay. I run him through.
Well, if you say so. Tara, what the? I've made every bad decision so far. I guess I just gotta
The
do
sad
it.
music's still going. Just put an end to me. Tara's just, you want some?
Just beating him around the face. Oh, hey, this is also the end bits of Kingdom Hearts 2, in case you remember.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Behold, these lifeless keys used to be full of power, united with the hearts of their masters.
There's a lot of repeats in there. Also, those look like absolute shit. Oh my god, they're also see-through.
I don't know
Oh,
how
the
much of it
2D.
is the
Yeah.
2D.
They're just pictures. They're not even real Keyblades.
Yeah. It's just like the jellyfish enemies we fought earlier. Just the floating JPEGs of jellyfish.
I mean, if
in
they
the
were all
background.
3D models, I don't think the PSP would.
Oh
live.
god, no! It would explode 100%. Also,
No,
he
he
said
also
Keyblade.
says Keyblade.
And I'm pretty sure in the actual story with Ventus, he calls it Keyblade once.
Yeah, it's like, you should probably say Keyblade, but I'm not going to. I remember something like that.
My arm is a dolphin. I know that.
His wiggly hand.
Do the wave, yeah.
Wiggly hand move.
I think my arm's broken. Well.
He's so wiggly and I love it. Oh my god.
So we're rooting for Not.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my good Uncle Xandor. I love him. Well, he has no bones in his body anymore.
God, his Keyblade looks so cool.
Grab him by the head? The head?
Yeah,
bump?
he just picked him up by his head.
Yeah.
Okay, but hear me out. Xandor kinda cool.
He is sick! He's so cool!
Oh!
That's deep freeze.
Deep freeze.
Nah, you should have let him shatter. This is so stupid. I love it.
Are you okay?
I need to sort him out.
Fire! That'll warm him up. Is that Kingdom Hearts?
Probably.
No!
Can't
No!
tell.
What is a Kingdom Hearts? Michael! You weren't invited to this party, Michael!
Oh boy, I don't have a
Michael.
Power Ranger armor, but I'm sure gonna help out.
Who the fuck told Michael we were meeting here? Fucking Michael. That was a mega fart. I need us all to agree that that was just a mega fart.
I just need a big reverb edit, like a reverb fart noise for that.
Got the tree trunks back. Let's go.
Admirably done. I knew this was a journey you could make. Over the unseen wall that divides darkness and light. And I was not wrong, Terra.
So wiggly.
Wiggly.
My friend, Ven. You tell me, Xehanort.
You know what? Maybe there is something to this path of darkness. Let's do it.
Him a favor and freed the darkness inside him. Alas, poor Ventus never had the fortitude for such strenuous trials.
I gotta say, this is probably one of the best voice acting in all these Kingdom Hearts games.
Absolutely,
I mean,
Leonard
yeah.
Nimoy is the best
Yeah.
voice actor to ever feature in the series.
Like, I love Christopher Lee, but yo,
He
Leonard Nimoy
wasn't
takes it to
given
another level.
much to like.
Christopher
work
Lee
with.
did not know what he was meant to be saying or how he was meant to be saying it, or if he was in.
Ah!
So
Hey!
this is the bullshit one where it's 2v1 and it's kind of awful. I think you only have to get them to like half health or like half of their total health to move it on, luckily.
Okay. Also, that's some bullshit.
But yeah, it's awful. And the Dark Sherlock is your friend in this.
This is doing nothing. That was doing nothing.
You might be able to only hurt.
Can we only hurt Leonard?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, we can definitely hurt. Oh, well, we could for a second hurt Leonard. Ah, all the shots are hitting the other guy.
I'm not.
Oh no, you
happy
did take a
about
health
this.
bar off Vanitas.
Did I really?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's hard to tell because the lock-on hits looking at anything correctly ever.
Yeah. Okay, do your teleport away thing.
Hi. Woo! Dodge the fire, nice.
Hey!
Oh, okay. That's fine, I guess.
Go take what Ventus owes you, and take Aqua's life.
Hello.
You see how powerless you are to save them. Savor that rage and despair. Let it empower you.
You will pay, Xehanort. Was my master? No. My father, Ericus, not enough for you?
I mean,
Lead my
you definitely got the assist on that one, Tara.
More. Let your whole heart blacken with anger.
That's a stinky lad.
Oh,
Okay.
always stinky.
Let's go. Defeat Xehanort. Are you prepared to fight the dolphin? You have no focus. Oh, fuck! Oh, you broke my nose, Tara.
No!
I don't want some.
Didn't even get to ask him if he wanted some. Very good use of Tara's awful dodge.
Ow! 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 Ow!
I'm not saying like Christopher Lee did a bad job. I think they just directed him really badly.
Yeah.
But Leonard Nimoy just decided he was gonna kill it. He just would not take bad directing for an answer.
Oh, that did so much damage!
But
If that was our Solomon critical strike, that would have probably killed him. Just laughing
I can hear his goblin. Whoa!
He's having a great time.
I am winning! At least for now. We'll see how long it lasts, though.
Splash, splash, I was taking a
Where did he go?
My guy, can you land a hit?
No, not even once. Let's go!
I love it 'cause he teleports away, then just gets immediately bodied by more shadow pellets. Ah! Just flailing in the air like I skedaddling up in here. He just kind of doesn't do much, just walks slowly towards you and then proceeds to go Yoda on your ass.
Oh.
Let's go.
No!
He blood snake.
You're key blocked.
Want some?
He just
Slow walk.
he did that thing where he was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, surprise! I'm just done being locked onto you now."
That was such a good response to you throwing a keyblade and
It was
missing.
very funny though.
Slow walking, stone
Sorry, we
killer.
really like Leonard. We're big Leonard heads.
No,
So we're
same
just gonna be over
though.
here talking about how much we love what Leonard just did in this fight.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Feel that you're done.
Shit.
Oh,
It clocked him in the face.
it's not good. He's not doing good.
Surprise! Hey, what you gonna do? Throw a keyblade at me? Don't you do it! You'll whip it!
Oh, you both did a solemn on each other at the same time.
My dick!
Dodge this.
You gonna throw a keyblade at me? Yes, motherfucker.
Perhaps I want some.
Gonna throw a fucking keyblade. Also, where are our friends in all this? Are they fine? Do we care?
Well, if you want to find out, you gotta play their story.
But yeah, welcome in, Vanka.
Blade has been forged.
Ben!
Kai? Kai
It is
blade?
time for the final union.
I'll stab myself with this key!
Last our moment is here.
Are we about to Nord a boy? Are we Nording a boy?
And in with a younger, stronger new one.
Hey, Tara, let me in.
I swore I would survive. And be there to see what awaited beyond the Keyblade War. And now it is your darkness that shall be the arc that sustains me!
Nording a boy. Nording a boy. Bye, Leonard. Love you.
Leonard exploded.
I still love you, Leonard.
This heart belongs again to darkness.
Aw,
All worlds
shit.
begin in darkness and also end. The heart is no different. Darkness
moon!
within it.
Sorry.
It grows, consumes it. Such is its nature. In the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came. What? Your body submits, your heart succumbs. So why does your mind resist?
Because there's not a single goddamn thought going on inside of it.
Hell yeah.
Also, Tara's kind of caked up there for a second.
Yeah. And now we
Gotta
play
get
as
your
a
body
super boss
back.
from 2, baby.
Yeah, now we're lingering will.
We are now the lingering will.
Now we know where the Tron Man came from.
Hell yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, he
I
is
remember
also
this
just
fight
like,
being a
yeah.
lot.
It's basically your Devil May Cry Virgil fight, basically. Yeah, he will try to dodge it, but if you mash hard enough, it will hit him for the rest of it.
Yeah, what? What? What?
Ah, not again! Not my new dick! Ah!
This is the same music that plays through Fight Lingering Will as well. It's the best, probably the best music in the series. The best music track.
Shit. Shit.
Let's see.
Please stop saying yeah, why?
Would you rather that or here?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, what a bait!
Oh. Yeah. Oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah,
I
that
think
wasn't great.
He may have won that trade.
Yeah.
And he
Good,
can't
D-Link, yeah. D-Link and then revert instantly to heal.
I cannot D-Link, actually.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
You can't when you're lingering will.
Lingering Will doesn't have any friends.
It's fine, we'll just wander around for a little bit, and then I'll go, yo!
Boop!
Not even their best friend Stitch loves Lingering Will.
Oh.
Oh, well, that sucks.
That's fine. It was kind of fine. He's like, just doesn't flinch and will just do his combos if you hit him.
Yeah.
It's not great.
You bastard. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but that's fine.
It worked.
That works.
He's interruptible during that stage.
Where are you pointing?
What is happening
He's
behind
calling
you, do you
hell.
think? Oh, okay. And we dodged it better when we didn't know it was a carry.
Yup.
Yeah, if you don't dodge the first hit, you probably die. This fight is so brutal in critical mode, it's so awful. Ah! Oh yeah, he heals.
What?
Yeah, he uses Cure Aggro on himself.
Ooh.
That's for us.
That's a Nemo.
Oh, what an interrupt. Oh, he's doing his though.
Oh no!
Yeah.
He's got the same move!
Joe!
How do you
What?
like rocks?
You gotta be careful. Yeah, using the counter attack actually saved you there.
What? Keeping?
It's his move.
That was rude. No!
I dodged for
You
those,
dashed
baby.
across a minefield. Unbelievable.
Look, I can do that too.
What?
This is too much what?
Oh god.
Fuck off.
Good call.
If you can't see it, it can't hurt you. It's not happening.
Ah!
What?
bopped him in the nose.
Oh, he's slowly coming.
Oh,
Good.
if he's doing that combo, he just eats that whole thing.
Ow! Come on, stop it near the mines. Oh, you little dick. Yeah, this is usually my
Where
time
did
that I
he
do
go?
that.
Oh, fuck.
It does actually work. I think it still fully hits him if you do it for this move.
Fuck.
Can I blow up? Yep.
Can't even capitalize off the mines really, because he just goes.
That's fine, you got enough damage.
Shit.
Oh my god, that was so much damage. Oh.
Please get out of the corner! Tara!
This is fine. Everything's fine.
Just get
Got
Kayshurrr
this.
up.
Fuck.
No, it wasn't fine. He teleports around so you can't just shot lock him, huh?
Yeah.
He does make it hard to get the full thing. I don't think you have enough focus gauge to get it off.
Yeah.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Oh, okay.
He just did a block and whipped it.
Yeah, come here. No! Leave me alone. I'm nice, actually.
Do it twice. Ow! I mean, you blocked some of the shots with your key, but that was kind of sick.
Yeah. Oh.
No! Okay. If I yell no, that means he's gonna stop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That works.
Fuck.
You keep just running into you.
Yeah, this is a very block-heavy fight. If you can block a lot of his stuff, it's like he does almost nothing.
No one posted that, it's a robot.
Yeah, I offer content warnings for every game that I play, because I usually play horror games. But just to kind of keep up with that, I'll do it for all of the games, even if they're not particularly
Heck.
horrible.
Just clipped you?
So, you know.
Would you call this one not particularly horrible?
I mean, I would, but I have the content warnings for me. There's lots of swearing in this one, and me telling him to eat certain graphic parts of my body, like my ass.
We have a content and trigger warning just for me when I'm here.
Content warning, we'll say bad things about Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, that does so much damage to him when you reflect those dark bolts.
Thank you, Travis.
You do still get hit though, because he just fires him for so long.
Yeah.
Ow. Ow. Stop it. Ah. Ah. Enough!
Wow. Oh, he interrupted your heal? That's so disrespectful.
Yup.
Oh.
Oh, you did it to him this time! Except he can get out of it.
Yeah, he just goes into a different combo if you interrupt him. He's stunned for 0.1 of a second and then he's fine. Do still got Shotlock if we need to burn it to... No, never mind. It's alright.
I need a heal.
Yeah, I meant just for Stalin. Just do a Shotlock so heal has more time to come back.
I was scared to use it though, because then he would have done his stupid rock shit right as it ended. Stop.
He would probably have been doing something right as it ended. That's kind of his thing.
Oh, he's in the air. That's so good.
Doesn't have no.
That was almost a full bar.
Fuck. No, you're supposed to turn around, you dumbass!
Terra, please.
I don't. Okay.
You want
listen.
some?
Doesn't like to aim.
No, not at all.
It just kind of throws attacks out into the universe and hopes they hit
Here.
someone.
Come here.
What?
Such a good combo.
Soon as he touches the floor, though, as soon as a toe hits the floor, he just instantly starts the blender back up. So this is like one of the main boss fights where people are just like, oh hey, the boss design in this is just ass, huh? This is one of the ones that even people who haven't fought the super bosses are just like, this sucks.
Fuck.
How do we use Cure? This is horrible.
Hit Twinsy.
Oh, the miracle of 2 at once, but also fucking piece of shit guy.
God.
Stop it! You just did that move!
No!
Oh, fuck that!
You
No,
actual cunt!
Oh, bullshit on that. That
Got
was...
you with the...
You totally had that cure.
I understand that I can block. I'm very bad at blocking, and I'm gonna need you to stop backseating a little bit, Vonka, please. I fucking hate the Kingdom Hearts games, so the fact that I am here playing this right now is, a miracle.
Yeah,
So,
usually I'm
thank
the
you.
one that deals with the pain.
I've seen your comment many times now that I can block. I do understand. Nope, that was a bad move. Okay, this is fine. That was that. I have to die because I've just had to tell somebody off. Run. This is fine.
That's fine. This boss
Sorry.
is pretty annoying. He actually dodges shit.
And he cures!
And he heals himself. That's the worst part. I hate bosses that heal themselves.
Honestly, it's like, dude, you've already got enough health bars as is. You don't need the assistance. No. Oof. That did nothing. I love that. I love that for me.
I did like a good half, like a third of a bar. If he
Could've
dashes
been
into you, that's when you get the
more.
confirm.
It could have been more.
Yeah, quarter of burn, but you gotta take what you can get for this dude.
Yeah. Shit. No, he was too far away. tried to hit X and it didn't work. Okay.
Jeez.
Fine.
Is intense.
Yeah. Fine, we're going into this knowing that he's gonna be a pain in the ass to do. We've breezed through the other bosses. This is gonna be fine. Gonna be great and fine. I can do a little stretch. Gotta stay loosey-goosey. I say, and then
fucking combo.
It's not
If
great.
you like 2 or more combos.
Oh.
Ow.
I was like, that's not gonna do anything, but you know.
Wasn't prepared that time.
Come here.
Come on.
I'm dashing through the minefield, not going in the mines. It's really annoying when you like game with one of your big moves, and then the second he touches the floor, he just washes out of it with a.
Just a single pixel.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What a dick.
It'd be great if my lock-on would stay locked on at like any point ever.
No. That doesn't happen. Good job.
Shit. Fuck.
Just a little app on it, still good.
Nope.
Ah.
Nope.
Oh, it's
Nope.
death. Can
I'm
you get the move that lets you live a combo in this?
You can, yeah.
Oh, it's just random from moves.
There is guaranteed ways to get it if you make a certain
Okay.
skill and then you use the right crystal. But yeah, it's more spreadsheets.
horrible.
More spreadsheets. Well, I needed to be closer than that.
I mean, it works. It's nice, like 60%.
Shit. Oh, you're right. My keyblade is different.
Speaking of 60%.
Come here.
Ow!
Hey, do you want to come here?
Bastard! I don't know, it looks kind of sketchy. But maybe I'll just stick my tippy. Ah!
What the
Fucking die! Where you gone when I'm ass-soloming you?
The fact that our Solom doesn't get any iframes, kind of
It's kinda
hurts.
sad. Yeah.
Breaks my
Yeah, it gets
heart.
armor and it tends to knock them out of their big moves before they do you, but not in this fight.
Yeah. No yield. What to cure is the thing. Here's the thing, buddy.
We're not even almost dead right now. We're fine.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm scared, and I want to heal. I just want them to be available. Come here. Nope.
Oh, just got him with the little chippy chip. My 2 mines! Will you land on these 2 mines? Probably not.
Fucking guy.
What a combo.
The fact that
He
he can
just does all of his moves while you're stuck in an animation and you just die.
Yeah, it's not nice.
All of his stuff is 10 times faster than all of your stuff.
No. 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 What?
Such a piece of shit. Guy, do you need 5 health bars? When I was you, I didn't have 5 health bars.
Oh god, I can hear him. Sir, you stepped. Those
walk through your
exploded
mind.
on you!
Yeah, he has armor, you know.
I want armor. I'm wearing actual armor is the thing.
We have real armor that you can see. It's tangible armor.
You'd think of this arena.
Possibly
with
not
the
touching
shield.
Venorek, whatever.
Oh yeah. I wish they gave you like a big power boost for this fight, but no.
That'd be nice.
That was nice.
Being armor means wearing armor.
Yeah.
Do you need armor for your armor for it to count as having armor?
Honestly, the thing that makes me the most upset is the fact that he just decides to not be locked on anymore, even when he's super close.
Yeah. He just like that.
Here. Ah.
Fuck.
Stop that. Mine's better. Stop
He
it.
just realizes he's being as solemn and just as solemns you back.
Like, wow, rude.
Excuse me, he was actually like, my guy actually surprised Pikachu face up in here.
You what?
What?
I don't know where he went. That's fine.
Oh, we're in phase 2
Doing
now.
rock stuff.
Oh god. Nope. Okay, well, that was cool.
You know what? We survived.
Yeah, as long as you're like near the corner-ish, usually you're kind of fine. Oh, it even launched him, but he did this move.
Unbelievable.
Fuck. No.
Literal ass. Yield.
He just used cure twice, and we just want a single cure, but we're not allowed.
He stole my cures.
You didn't keep our shitty skills like treasure magnet. My guy got the full combo. My guy went to McDonald's and ordered both the attack screen combo and the magic screen combo.
No, you have to stop that.
He just took it. What a dick.
Shit.
Whoa. It's fine.
No! No!
Stop it!
You can't do the move that I just did to you immediately after I do it to you! Where are you aiming?
He's doing it. I can hear him wibbling.
Nice.
Ow.
Fuck.
He's doing the thing
No!
again.
Yeah, stay away from the middle. He's firing a cannon.
Shit.
Do you have shot lock?
Nice dodge.
It was a group effort.
Where?
Oh yeah.
Fuck!
No,
That was
was
the
a good one,
camera just fucking breaking. You
That's
got
a
him
good
then.
Was because he was facing that way and it goes that direction.
That doesn't make sense. You locked on.
Yeah, because it
Didn't
uses
feel
the
like
first.
that.
It uses the first person function of the game.
Why
and for
is
some
there a
fucking
first
reason.
person function?
Oh no!
You got this, Kaysh.
It's gonna feel so good to do an actual murder on this man. No, you can't interrupt me! Listen! This is
Gonna do whatever you
homophobic!
want.
This is a hate crime!
Oh my god!
Oh, look, I can zoom around too! Oh, isn't that so cool?
I mean, you know, we were the one as the boy killing all the twinks, so I don't know who's really the homophobe here.
Xehanort knows I'm gay, No, we can't have that!
Let the game be done with you!
And also, we didn't emotionally manipulate shit.
It's
we
true,
all
I
each do this to ourselves.
And I did sort of. It started out as a joke and then kind of became a serious thing where I was like, oh, well, since you're all doing this, I guess I'll play one. And then the time actually came and everyone remembered that I said that. It's like, oh, yeah.
It was the only thing that got us through the days.
Yeah. Shit.
Oh, my guy caught you in the air and said, nah.
And then he stole my cures.
And then stole
he
your
said,
cures.
"Ha-ha."
I'm gonna use that for myself. Let me treat myself.
No. No treats. None treats. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Come on out, Tara. You know you're straight. Let it be true.
No!
Stop denying your fate, boy.
There's only gender queering gay. Fuck.
He just tagged through my dark bolts. What the fuck?
Back now. Oh, sorry. Ruined everything.
No, he was already in the middle of attacking me right as I was spamming triangle to try to heal.
How much anxiety fills my body when you die, and then I'm worried that you're gonna angrily hit just okay to redo, and you have to fight the first two bosses again.
I genuinely am at the point where I set the controller down at the end of the fight so that I don't touch anything. Don't worry, it will not happen.
I mean, in fighting games, it rewards your patience by what you just tried to do. But this game said no. I don't care that you waited to open it for an opening.
Yeah. No!
I did it at the exact same time.
I'm pretty sure he stayed his ass solemn a little bit after we stayed ours, but he's just faster.
Did. Hey, maybe we just do that the whole time.
That's Drag Rage, just sneaking little bits of damage through. They're doing a good job. It's outside ass solemn range, so.
No! By the time the counter happens and I can do the counter hammer or whatever, it's already too late because I panicked.
It'll have washed up inside a new combo by that point. Honestly, don't bother with it.
It does actually hit him, I think, from what I remember. And it actually, I think, launches him as well. But yeah.
Well, that would be lovely, but.
Come here.
Yeah, you basically, as soon as you block, you basically just immediately just start doing the counter as if it went off.
Ouch.
I do remember the block being really good in this one.
It's very busted. And then Aqua gets like a full 360-degree bubble shield. It's kind of great.
Yeah. Aqua gets all the good things.
She does.
Every... We should have let Kish be Aqua.
Look, I could have been. Here's the thing. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. My dad is calling me.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Daddy.
Dad,
I'm in the middle of
we have to
stream and
defeat
I'm
Xehanort.
Dad, aggro.
Dad, we have to get our body back from Xehanort. We're getting naughty.
Hold on, everyone. Shut up for 2 seconds. No, shut up. Genuinely. Dad, shut up for a second. Yeah, I do hear the tornado warnings. Hey, there's tornado sirens happening right now.
Oh, God.
So, okay, I'll
You'll get caught in them or you'll have to fight all that out.
Yeah, you have to fight the really big heartlets.
Okay, well, I'll go wrangle the cats and we'll go hide in the bathroom for a while.
Okay, so stream over. Tornado, active guard is prevented.
Okay, bye, Dad. Yeah, so hey, there are tornado sirens happening. I'm just so angry and my headphones are very good at blocking sound that I can't hear anything. So...
No, don't worry about it. Just back up straight away.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, friends.
Just be safe.
Hold on, actually Stars is streaming, so I am gonna go right over there.
If you got
Listen,
time.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
The tornado's just getting closer and closer. Are you watching the button, looking at the tornado, looking back at the button?
Listen,
5 seconds. 4 seconds.
My apartment is also like underground essentially, so like I'm where I need to be. If it is fine later today, if we're up for it, we could probably try and finish this fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll keep everyone posted. Go say hi to Stars. I love y'all, and I'm gonna go hide from a tornado now. Okay, bye.
Be safe.
Bye.
Bye.